Born and raised in Minnesota, Jeremy Martin had one goal: become a professional motocross racer, and he chased it with everything he had. When did it click?
Super mini days. I just rode 7 days a week at Millville, and I got like really good, and I just remember being like, man, this is what I want to do. I felt like I didn't have a plan B. It was all plan A.
Jeremy Martin found success early in his career, going head-to-head against legends like Cooper Webb and Marvin Muscan, stacking back-to-back Pro Motocross championships. After reaching the highest levels of the sport, Jeremy's career was derailed by a series of brutal injuries. But at his lowest point, he didn't fold. He doubled down, stayed gnarly, and kept grinding.
Through being gnarly the last couple of years, it's almost created opportunities for me. And Bobby sees me and he was just like, hey, what are you doing? You riding anymore? Whatever. And we just got into a conversation. And that's when he said, hey, he's like, come ride the bike. And I said, are you shitting me?
You don't have to get ready if you stay ready kind of deal.
Basically, that's the beauty of sport. It's like, man, nothing's guaranteed, right? Like, dude, when that gate drops, the bullshit stops.
In sport, very few athletes go out winning. But after years of struggles, Jeremy Martin pulled off the unthinkable, and with his Millville win, wrote a chapter of motocross history that will live forever.
First thing I said when I got back to the truck was, give me a beer.
Yeah,
We're gonna get f***ed up.
Like, you're the definition of, it's not a matter of the size of the dog in the fight, but the fight in the dog.
Fight in the
You
dog,
know, like,
yeah.
you are the living embodiment of that.
I wasn't always pretty, that's for sure, and I could have done things a lot better, but I always tried. I gave it my all.
Gypsy Tales welcomes Jeremy Martin to the podcast. Jeremy Martin, we're doing it, mate. Welcome to Gypsy Tales.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming.
Dude, the timing is impeccable. I mean, obviously, you know, we planned it, but it's a pretty epic way to fly in, do the pod after being like the hero of all heroes.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, it is perfect timing. I would have never thought, you know, if we had a bet, I would have never thought I would have been able to do that result. I mean, I'm not going to lie. The last 2-3 years of my career are pretty rough.
Yeah.
I was definitely in my head. You know, I was seeing a guy out of Charlotte called Performance Prime. And just because I was just I knew I was kind of losing that edge, you know, like the edge that you see Deegan has, you know, like the confidence, the swagger. The injuries were really starting to take a toll. So to get a day like that, I think you guys saw I was pretty emotional, and it just all came out.
It's just crazy. We put out the clip talking with Big Al on the pod, and it's just like, I just want him to have a good result. I just want him to enjoy it. And the sentiment in both of us, it's crazy watching it after Millville, but the sentiment was like, Jeremy deserves this. He's been a great champion for the sport. He put in so much work and was such a loved champion that just never got the send-off that a rider deserves. And then to go out and like, nobody could have, you know, ever thought that that was something that was going to happen.
Yeah, like if you tried to script a movie, right? Like, and you wanted that perfect fairy tale ending. I mean, in motocross, we all know what it's like, right? Like every time you swing your leg over that bike, it could, you know, it could be your last. It's almost kind of like riding a bull. Like, you know, a bull's a little gnarlier. You know you're going to crash in 8 seconds. On a dirt bike, you can go a little while, but eventually it will bite you. And to be able to get that was just, it was insane and the perfect cap.
Oh, man. And so there's so many variables, right? And we've kind of been spoiled in a way with some of the champions that we've had. Like Ricky got to dip on winning a motocross championship. He was like, I'm out. Like he literally could have stayed and won his last title, you know, and then there's been some other guys that retired with championships, but that is not the reality. Like even Stu had a terrible end to his career.
Yeah.
You know, so just it's so rare that a fairy tale ending can happen to a career like that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think I was young and I won my first championship in 2014, and then I backed up in 2015, and I was like, man, like I came out hot, and I was like, wow, you know, like this is what you wanted, what you dreamed of. But then to go into a drought, and then I think I was in a pretty good position in 2018 on the Geico Honda before I broke my back to maybe win that championship. Plessinger and I were having a gnarly heated battle that summer, and then I felt like I was always close, but then every time I got in a position or I'd get the red plate, something would happen. So for sure, you definitely, like, you look at back at guys like Dungey, Villopoto, Ricky, even Stu, like the run that they're able to go on, even like Jet, the run he went on and stuff like that. Like you got to respect that because it's and you want to make it last as long as you can, but the reality of it is not everybody gets that.
Oh, for sure. So before we dive too deep into Millville, everything said and done, you called it a career. When you look back at it, was it harder than you thought it would be?
Yes, 100%. Like I think it was every day was like a battle, right? Like you had your good days and you had your bad days, and then I think the motivation was definitely it was always there for me, but there was times where I lacked the motivation too, you know. And I think you're just like it becomes a job, but it's still a dream job. But yeah, it was yeah, it was definitely tough.
Would you do it again?
1000%. Yeah, I mean, I loved it. I love taking the risk. I love the person that I've become today because of it. And I think even in the beginning of my career, like you're young, and then I had this success, and I'm like, you know, I've got life figured out. You're making good money, and then you know now I'm 32, and I'm like, dude, I know less now than I did when I was 25. So I'm absolutely grateful. I'd do it again in a heartbeat, and I just think the people, if you set aside the results and the money, the people that I've met and the memories that I've had, like some of the battles and stuff, like for example, like Cooper Webb, like dude, there's no denying there was some friction there. We were not the biggest fans of each other, but I look back now and I just, you know, I'm like, that was pretty cool.
Man, you've got to have so much respect for Coop. You beat him in some seasons, he beat you in some seasons, and then he went on to win 3 Supercross 450 championships. Like, you must have to have a really incredible amount of respect for what he had to go through to have that success.
Oh, for sure. He has, yeah, totally a ton of respect for Coop in my book. He's, I had the opportunity and the pleasure to be able to battle with him. And like when I was battling him, we were both on the same bike in the same truck. So like there was no hiding the emotion, right? And, you know, back then, you're doing 11, 12 outdoor nationals and the Supercross races. So you really get to know each other. So it's not like I was battling like in 2015, I battled Marvin and he was in the KTM factory truck. I was in Yamaha. So like you would hear whisperings, you know what I mean? Like in the pits of, you know, he was, you know, not in a good mood or like whatever. But like with Cooper, I lived it. He saw the best J Mart and the worst J Mart. And I saw that on him. So that really kind of felt like mentally shaped me and made me pretty strong.
It's wild the progression that you've gone through as an athlete. You know, like the first time I ever saw you, bro, was it would have been what year did you start? What was your A year at Loretta's?
2012.
All right, so it was 2012. I'm at Parla. You're on a Star Yamaha. You're doing your last year of amateurs, and you're wearing a black hoodie, doing a 40-minute moto at Parla in the summer. And I was just like, who the fuck is that kid? That was my first ever memory of seeing you ride a dirt bike.
Yeah, it was, I don't know, my dad just growing up, like everything was like, you could do more, you could train harder. Like he'd make us run the hills at Millville and they're definitely pretty steep.
Bro, it's hard to stand on them in film.
So yeah, that's just kind of the mentality that we had growing up was like, hey, you know, if you want to win, you're going to have to do more. And it was just never good enough. You know, you won and it was like, well, you could have won by more. That was the mentality Alex and I had. My dad just lived to work. And I think
he was a beast himself, bro.
Yes, 100% he was a beast. And I think that's kind of what put the chip on our shoulder for Alex and I, and then like showed us the way and the work ethic that I think is required to try to become the 1% in a sport, right? Like we're at the top level of professional motocross and supercross and only one guy wins. And you're basically, I feel like when I was at my best years when I won, you're borderline like you're all in on this one thing and everything else kind of starts to suffer a little bit because you're so obsessed.
Mm-hmm.
You don't care about anything else. So I definitely learned balance as I went on, but to be that 1%, like I'm saying, it's pretty crazy.
There's a level of commitment that it takes, like you're saying, right? Do you think that some guys that are good enough on the motorcycle to be a champion that don't become champions. Like I think about like Ken in Supercross or something, like a guy that obviously has the talent to have won that championship but never did. Like, was he just not prepared to take like that final step into the mental place that you have to go to win that? Because I feel like that is a thing where some guys like to get to that level, you've just got to go to like a dark place, and some people just can't get there.
Yeah, I agree. Like when the opportunity presents itself, you do have to go to a dark place, but it's also a fine line in a 17-round Supercross championship, right? Like there's a lot of racing in, a lot of risk is being taken during the week and on the weekend. But I think Kenny, for example, had no problem going there. And I think, was it Anaheim too where he went down?
Yeah.
Remember how soft it was? And then he ended up going down. So I think there's definitely been times where like we've all taken that risk. Like he was coming from behind. He was all in. And I think it can bite you.
Mm.
And that's the risk that we're kind of taking.
You're like just walking that edge all the time.
Yep. And like I always felt like when I was at my best, you're comfortable being uncomfortable. Like you're on the edge, right? And
fine with it.
Yeah, and you're okay with it. But we all know, like, when I'm removed from it now, I can be like, that's actually pretty gnarly.
Yeah. Yeah, and you have to occupy that space, and you've got to turn into, like, I've got friends that are obviously friends that are athletes and racers, and you're around them and they're just like being so nice, and they're so trying to be so accommodating, and it's just like, dude, it's actually okay for you to be a psycho right now. You know, like I think that it almost comes unnatural to some people, like the level of selfishness.
Yeah.
That like pointed selfishness that you kind of have to have in like a zone that you have to get in. Like when I was at Star a couple of weeks ago, Coop was just, like I've known him forever.
Yeah.
And he didn't say hello to me until after like the second day of like when his work was done. And I'm like, I get it.
Yeah.
Like where you have to be to win those races has to be a pretty wild place.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're definitely fully invested in on yourself, and like it takes I mean, you need a good team of people around you. And like obviously like I was a part of Star this year and everyone helped me. But it takes like almost a team within the team as well. And I think you know, you are selfish, and that's something that I'm having to learn now that I'm retired, or even last year as well. It's like, hey, it's not all about you, you know. And you know, you would get up in the morning, and everything's for the benefit of you, or for the benefit of, in that example, Cooper.
Yeah.
And then, you know, when you do flip that switch and you decide to retire, you wake up and you think about, you know, your partner and, you know, doing the best you can for your family or whatever. So it's tough. It's definitely a tough switch. And I think it's one that a lot of people maybe don't always talk about.
Yeah. And I don't even think some people, maybe some athletes don't even know that they're getting in and out of that zone in a way.
For sure. And like, that's something that I'll say this again and kind of go into it is, when I showed up at Anaheim 1 as a VIP host this year, none of the media, no one really, like, they kind of waved, but like nobody wanted interviews, nobody wanted anything. And like that's something that's like different as well, is like when you're Cooper Webb or, you know, Ken Roxon or Eli Tomac or, you know, Jet Lawrence, Hunter Lawrence, they're in it. They're so accustomed to everybody wanting to talk to them, everybody wanting, you know, calling them. It's like the team manager calls you and says, hey, you know, what can I help you with today? You know, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Right. And then all of a sudden it's just kind of done. It's kind of crazy.
That would be a crazy feeling. Did you have any way to prepare for it, do you think?
I always kind of knew it was kind of coming, but it's one thing to like say you, or to think you know it, or to say it, but to physically go through it, right? Like the endorphins that you get, like just for example, for me at Millville, I'm like, dude, this is a high.
Yeah.
How do I ever get this again? I even talked about it on the podium. I'm like, I don't know. It's a drug.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is. And I mean, I think that your body gets used to the stress as well. You know, like you can see guys when they retire that are used to flying every single weekend, and then there's like nowhere to go
Yeah.
and there's no flight to be on. And like your body's still in that state, and it's like you're still running in almost like that fight or flight mode, but there's nothing going on externally that's like causing that. And I think even that becomes like a bit of a head thing to deal with, because you're just like, wow, like even my body's like primed and ready to go, but there's like nowhere to go.
Oh, for sure. And I think the VIP gig kind of helped me with that, because I'm back in Minnesota and there's 6 months of winter. So like I actually went and bought a snowboard. So I went snowboarding for the first time, and that was pretty fun, you know. But I'd be at home and helping my parents during the week, and then on the weekend I was able to like get out and get somewhere warm and to socialize and all that kind of stuff. So I was able to kind of have a little bit of that old racing schedule.
Yeah.
But like I just didn't have to take the risk.
Yeah.
And that was kind of cool too. And I was involved. Like I still got to see everybody. I got to watch, and I think that was a good decision on my behalf a little bit, as far as taking that VIP gig and becoming the host, because I think it kind of helps ease the transition a little bit.
Just like mellows. Yeah, like mellows it out.
You got to stay busy. Like you said, you go from every weekend being wide open, flying here, flying there, and then all of a sudden it's just...
It's crazy. It's a crazy life to live, dude.
Yeah.
To just spend your entire childhood dedicated to something. And I mean, it's a weird perspective thing, right? Because, like, for example, you spend your whole childhood working, like really working and building the foundation for your career. And then you have this like speed run career where you take all of the knowledge and skill and fitness and everything that you've learned in your childhood, apply it to your career. You have a super successful career. You achieve things that most people will never achieve. But then your lifetime's worth of work is done by the time you're 30. And that's when some people are like just figuring what they even want to do in life.
Oh, for sure. You know, and they say like when people kind of get to that 30s, they kind of figure life out. And that's probably some of the best times of their life, in their 30s, because they figured out what they wanted.
Yeah.
And like you said, I've definitely kind of closed that chapter. And how do you replace that high of racing the best guys in the world? And you know, like I said, it becomes like a drug. So, but chapter 2 does come eventually, and that's up to us to, you know, find the next thing in life, the next calling, and yeah, it's not everything lasts forever, right? So,
nothing lasts forever.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're all out of here at some point with the same way that we come into.
Yeah. So that's the cool thing, is I think, you know, taking opportunities and that's where I'm at now. It's like, I was never the social media guy. I was always just like, hey, do more laps, work harder, discipline, regimen. And now it's, you know, chapter 2 in life. It's like, well, hey, I need to get out there more. I need to socialize and network. And maybe that creates an opportunity. And here we are.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been a long time coming.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Brunt Workwear. And I have got the brand new Marin boot here to show you guys right now. Over the last couple of years, I just wanted to get rid of doing the sneaker thing. They're not waterproof. They got super dirty, and I would end up with track shoes. I wanted to be able to rock some boots. I just made a lot more sense to wear boots. So I've switched to wearing boots, and now I've switched to wearing these Brunt boots. There's a super short break-in period, and they're lightweight, they're waterproof, they're slip and oil resistant, they're heat resistant, and they're electrical hazard rated. A lot of you guys that listen to this podcast, you're on job sites, you run a machinery, and you actually really need and test all of these features every single day. So now you can finally have durable work boots that are as comfortable out of the box as your sneakers, and over 500,000 customers agree. Brunt didn't just make a durable work boot, they've reinvented comfort for the hardest workers out there. For a limited time only, our listeners get $10 off at Brunt by using the code GYPSYGANG at checkout. Just head to bruntworkwear.com and use the code GYPSYGANG and you are all set. And even better, Brunt will let you try this work boot risk-free on the job site. After you purchase, they're going to ask you where you heard about them. So please support our show by telling them that the Gypsy Gang sent you. Crazy that I got the West sent it to me, but yesterday, 10 years ago, we were at Millville filming with you and Big Al.
Wild.
That's so insane, bro.
Wild.
I don't even remember. I'm going to get the footage off Wes. Because, like, I remember bits and pieces of it. But, man, it feels so long ago that was... Yeah, and that was just peak Jeremy Martin.
Yeah,
right
couple
2015.
2015.
Yeah, you were the champ.
Couple 40s that day. 20-minute warm-up, probably 2 40s, and then we did a mountain bike ride around Millville.
You remember it perfectly. Yeah, it was that would have been the Monday after.
Yeah.
So it was the Monday after the National. And then, yeah, you did a warm-up, 2 40s on the track, dry as a bone, rough as guts, wasn't changed at all from the weekend. And then you guys mountain biked around the property. And I never forget, dude, Phil over the bars, fucking blood all over his face, comes in, fuck those guys, they're absolute mental.
Yeah, that was a good time. I remember Phil came up to somebody's like, hey, we want to ride with you. And yeah, definitely tried to make him a little bit tougher.
You were trying to make him suffer that whole time?
Yeah, we were trying to make him suffer. I don't think he really liked us much that summer.
Dude.
The dude dug every day. He was just digging.
Did he actually have a crack?
I think so. There was times even in California when he was out here on JGR, we went out with Weston one time. And it was Johnny, Weston, Phil, Alex, and I, and we did this climb. It was somewhere over kind of by Lake Elsinore, and it was supposed to be a 20 to 30 minutes of zone 4, and then we ended up doing this hike-a-bike thing, dude. And we weren't even biking. We were running up this hill. It was crazy steep. Phil's like, fuck this. Weston's like, fuck you guys. I'm never going with you guys again. I was not happy that day either, but there was no excuses with Johnny. It was just this is what it takes. Take it or leave it. And it's what I signed up for, right? Johnny really showed me what another level of that dog was and what that suffer could be.
Man, the stories of you are legendary. And I saw it, but it's different to stand there and film somebody do it than to have other guys that are top 10 in nationals completing these races and in the top 1% being fuck that guy. That guy is a freak and I want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, kind of. And when I was probably definitely in my prime, I think what really helped me was the mental side of it and going that deep. And I'm not saying it was right. I probably definitely overtrained at times, but what it did to me on the mental side was it was so good for me that it didn't matter if I was sick. It didn't matter if I had a bad day. I just had this come hell or high water, I'm going to do it. It didn't matter.
It was very special to watch.
Yeah.
Alex was very on a high level too. So it's not you were a peg above him, but he was an extremely high level dude. And just to watch you two go and just that little extra that you had, there was obviously physical gifts as well. And people have spoken about the physical gifts, but then to pair that with the dude that's willing to go even deeper, it was pretty wild stuff back then.
Yeah, it was some cool stuff. I think Johnny Omar was telling me that one time he did a race and then he ran a marathon and, he did all this kind of stuff. So I remember I went to Unadilla 2015. I can't remember what I got for results there. I think I might have won the first moto, maybe. And then I don't know if I was 4th or 5th in Moto 2, but I flew home and then I did a mountain bike race the next day. Probably shouldn't have done it, right? But it was just I think I was just so obsessed with trying to get better. It didn't even matter about, obviously the results were important, but I was just so obsessed with reaching my potential. I think I was able to alter, hey, instead of just the results every weekend, let's just be the best J-Mart.
Yeah.
And that became the priority. And I think that, in a sense, unlocked me and I was able to kind of do what I was able to do because I wasn't so focused on, you know, the results. It was just about being the best I could be every day and being that 1 to 2% better.
I think that is such a secret in life in general. Like anybody listening could apply that to their life right now. Like I think about in my own life really trying to do that. And when it comes to work, I don't look at what other people are doing. I don't look at what type of this person's doing. And that. It's just like I got an idea of what I think I can do, and I want to do it as good as possible because it's the comparison and it's the watching other people and what they're doing and what they're making and what they're spending and like just everyone kind of does that. I think it's like human nature. And if you can push that aside and just focus on yourself and being the best version of yourself, I think that there's something really valuable in that.
Yeah, I agree for sure. I mean, you look at Jet. Like I was able to win a decent amount in my career, and I won 2 lights championships, but I was never a 450 champion. But look what Jet Lawrence has been able to do, or Eli Tomac or Haiden Deegan and all those guys. Like they've been at the 1% year after year, and then it's just like, well, there's a new season, right? And they're still young, and they're kind of, you got to find that chip on your shoulder because what do you do if you win the championship, especially if you have, let's just say you win Supercross, you win outdoors, and then you do MX's Nations and you win at Motocross's Nations, or now it's SMX too. So let's do all those races. Let's just say you cleaned house. Wow. How do you, like, that's a high. And then you got to do it all again the next year. So I think, you could look at someone like, like the champions and whatnot. It's definitely more about just trying to keep the motivation going. I can always be better. Can I reach my best potential? I don't feel like I'm there yet. You always kind of think of a way to try to get more out of you, for sure.
And if it's just focusing on the outcomes and the results, that's almost like a hollow feeling because you just keep ticking them off and then they end up in the rear vision mirror kind of thing.
Yeah.
Did you see the Scotty Scheffler thing that was all over the internet the other day?
I don't know if I did.
Did you, Ethan? Can you find that Scotty Scheffler thing? It kind of is a little bit in line with what he's saying, but he talks about like the feeling of winning isn't that like it goes away very quickly. So you've got to like have something else that
it becomes like a drug too, right? So like that's where I would say that high only lasts so long, and to get it again, you have to line back up, and you got to get back in that position. Yeah, pretty special.
So
being able to walk up 18 with the tournament in hand is a really tough thing to describe. It's a really cool feeling. I have a lot of gratitude towards being able to accomplish something like this. It's taken a lot of work, and not only a lot of work, but it takes a lot of patience. And I mean, it's a high level of focus over 72 holes of a tournament. And I felt like one of my best performances mentally. We did a really good job.
4
days.
days.
I blow apart on 18.
Like I said, really only one over par hole over the last 36 holes of a major championship is.
I think it's a different clip, but yeah, he basically just talks about like. Yeah, like there's like a different level of fulfillment that you have to find because like winning, it's so quick and it just passes by so fast.
It does. No, it definitely does. And that's where I kind of say you kind of have to keep lining back up to get that high. And then also too, I think my mindset and everything I was focused on trying to be the best I could be every day and get better and better. And then at some point, when the injuries started to stack up towards the end of my career, I really enjoyed also trying to be better and get back to the level I was at, because we all know what happens when you get injured. You get set back.
Yeah.
Right. So you're just trying to battle, and then you're missing seat time, and everyone else is still racing.
Yeah.
So I actually missed a lot of races.
Yeah.
And I missed a lot of seat time, because of the injuries. But yeah, I think in the end, I really worked harder on, obviously, I knew that I always put my best foot forward on the training, on the bike and off the bike, and then I would make the sacrifices, but I focused more on my relationships and trying to say thank you, and being, I guess, in a sense, more open-minded. It really, really hit me probably the last 2 years in my career.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what made that change come about?
I just think the injuries, like some serious soul searching, looking in the mirror. You definitely ask yourself, like, hey, why, whatever. And I think that, in tough times, like if you're always on the high and you're always winning, do you really like look in the mirror, and like say, hey, like, what could I do to be better? I'm not saying you don't. I mean, I think you do. But also there's something to be said for, like, when you're in the trenches of life, like, dealing with injuries and whatnot, and kind of battling some of those inner demons, you really kind of, if you want to be better and truly figure it out, you really kind of look in the mirror.
Yeah, and I think that the character that you play and like the ego that you carry when you're winning, it's like, just don't touch it, don't fix it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, kind of thing. And it's like, but that's when problems kind of can pop up, is if you're not forced to be introspective, you're not forced to look and ask about those improvements. Like, things behind or under the surface can sort of start to derail, but when everything's winning, everyone's fine, But I think that, those times, they almost like humble you in a sense, and it forces you to look inwards, and you actually can change the way that you operate in the good times with that learning, if that makes sense.
I think so, for sure. And then also, like, I just look at the last race, for me to be able to share that moment, I never thought that was going to come again. And to be able to share that with, like, my brother, John Wessling, Alex and him both own Troll Training together, and even my mom and my dad, like, we've had some serious conversations about stuff towards the end of my career. Like, my mom and dad were ready for me to be done. They were definitely ready for me to retire, and they're like, hey, we want you to learn the family business here, and we want you got to be healthy to do that. So, my dad was like, hey, I don't want you to go back. And I obviously said, hey, I respect that, but I'm going to. I need this for me, and regardless of the result. And to be able to pull that out, we had a good chat after. And he was just like, I was one of those guys that said, you should hang up the boots. And he goes, good on you for doing your own thing,
Dude, that's got to be a wild feeling to just back yourself in that way, respectfully. Be like, hey, Dad, I respect you. You're the man, but I got to do this for me. And then for it to work out like that, that's a crazy feeling.
Yeah, it was, for sure. One that it'll go down as probably one of the better days of my life, for sure.
When did it click? Do you remember when it really switched? Because you went from being the fat kid that hid candies from the snack bar at Millville to an absolute fucking beast. Demon child.
Yeah, I just remember, like, 85 super mini days. It just kind of clicked, and I just rode 7 days a week at Millville. Like, I just rode and I rode and I rode, and I got, like, really good. And I just remember being like, man, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to do. And Alex was doing it, and I looked up to him. I would have never been where I was at without him. I remember, just like you said, I was the kid that liked to eat candy and live my best life and just enjoy life. And he took me on my first run down the gravel road at Spring Creek. And I remember, like, I barely made it a half a mile. And I was, like, crying and wanting to stretch. And, like, I think he really paved the way for me. And I ended up being really good at, endurance sports and riding dirt bikes and stuff like that. But he really kind of catapulted me and pushed me in that direction because I just looked up to him. It's pretty cool, pretty special.
Did you realize in the peak of your career the influence that he'd had on you, or did it take a longer time to realize?
I definitely realized he had a massive influence, but I think it's probably bigger than ever now. In my mind, how much he really catapulted me and pushed me, and it was a big deal.
Because it's funny, right? When you're a kid, you have things that you want to do, and then you have things that you're good at doing. And a lot of times you don't naturally go just towards a thing that you're good at, right? Like you kind of just want to do the path of least resistance, enjoy things, but you did have like in you was a gift when it comes to endurance sports, and like you had some crazy genetics. Your dad had amazing genetics. Like there's something there. And then by Alex kind of like pushing you into that, because I think that we naturally gravitate towards things that we are good at as well. But it's like if you don't have that initial push to get over the hump to like find out that you are good at that thing, you just might not ever do it.
Oh, for sure. You know, I think that was a cool thing is we did quite a bit of stuff. Like I remember I tried basketball and I did hockey.
That was never going to be your thing, eh?
Yeah, I did hockey. And like my mom and dad, like they tried to get us out of the moto stuff. Like they never pushed it on us. They said, hey, like if you want to do this, you're going to have to, you know, really show us you want it. And that was kind of the cool thing. It's not like we were doing the amateur nationals from, you know, from the peewees and whatnot like that. So we were kind of a little bit in a sense like a late bloomer, I guess you could say. Like there was definitely from a young age, kids would be like, we call them like the chosen ones. And Alex and I kind of came up in a different way a little bit later, and we were able to, and maybe that was probably a good thing, because some people like, you know, are fast right away. They have the support growing up, and then they just get burnt out, and then, you know, they're kind of done. Where we peaked a little bit later.
Yeah. You guys had such a different trajectory. And I think Alex probably got a little bit unlucky with getting rides and things like that out of amateurs, whereas you probably benefited a little bit of like the graft that he kind of had to do on like the privateer front.
I would say for sure. You look at like the Lawrences as well. Like Hunter kind of paved the way. I look at that. Like Alex kind of really paved the way. And then, you know, Alex was the first trial, right? Like you're trying to figure it all out. Like who do you talk to? What races do you go to? This works, this doesn't work. And it was, you know, obviously we both got the same level of support, but I mean, it's different when he's in it. He was in it first.
So what memories do you have of riding at home as a kid? Like how hard was Millville on a 65?
It was pretty tough. I was definitely pretty scared of the hills. I remember like trying to get up the hills and like going down, you know, and whatnot. I remember I'd go down the start straight, down the first straightaway. The whoops were too gnarly. So we would kind of either skip the whoops or we would do the whoops when they're in the right condition. I remember being terrified of those things, and then we would kind of do the old catapult, which was a little smaller, and then there was like a medic road that would cut down, and then we would just do that part over and over and over. So that was kind of the memories we had, and then we had like a bunch of Spring Creek's obviously a pretty big operation. It's a lot of work, so we would have club members, and on Wednesdays we would kind of get together and we would just ride, and it was like, you know, we would make it fun. We'd do like races staggered from slowest to fastest, and you know we'd time it out and all that kind of stuff. So, and we'd ride the trails. So it was just for me growing up, riding was just fun with your buddies. Yeah.
What was it every day that you rode?
Yeah, like when we started to do the amateur nationals and that kind of stuff, like I really think on the Super Mini, like I rode a lot. Like I rode 6 to 7 days a week, like I said earlier, and my dad would rebuild a Super Mini and put a new piston in at least once a week, and we had like a big rod, and it was just lined with pistons.
No way.
Yeah, like I was a psycho.
Even at that age on a Super Mini.
Yep.
Like, do you remember the headspace? Because not many kids are like that.
No, I know. I think back, like everyone else was out having fun, but we were out in the country. We had no cell phone service, and we just kind of, to have fun, you rode your dirt bike.
That's just how it was set up.
Yeah, we just like, and we'd work. Yeah, we'd work.
Did you play video games? Like none of that
Yeah, I was
shit?
a big time gamer for sure.
So you did that, and so you still had time to...
Yeah, I still had time to do that at night and stuff, but I would do some of the bike maintenance, and, you know, I'd forget to put oil on the bike and blew it up and, you know, got a tongue. You know, my dad wasn't stoked. Definitely was pretty mad at me, but yeah, it just normal kid stuff, but it was just pertained to just being out in the country, riding dirt bikes, playing video games, and then your friends would come.
Yeah.
You know, and then my dad had us on the weed whackers. You know, we'd weed whack, and then we'd ride.
That's so sick. What video games were you playing back in the day?
Oh, Grand Theft Auto, Mario Kart. I mean, it's everything, really.
Oh, that's so good. So yeah, after school, get home and do some work on the bike or the track, and then ride until dark, and then play video games.
Pretty much.
That's honestly pretty solid.
It's a good life.
Yeah.
It was a good life. Just like I think of us like farmers, but like we were farmers for dirt bikes.
Yeah. Yeah. Always something tractor to fix, whatever to, you know, like there's always something to work on.
Pretty good life.
So good. So how far do you live from Millville now?
So right now I'm about 25 minutes away. I'm on the northeast side of Rochester.
Yeah.
So it's actually a nice little commute to work.
Yeah.
Out there and back. And yeah, I'm downtown Rochester in 10 minutes. And I don't really like Minneapolis, St. Paul. If I want to go up there and be engulfed in a massive city, I guess you have that. But I don't really like the rat race of a big city.
So what's the program now? You just you go out to Millville a few days a week and work?
Yeah, usually I was trying to train for a marathon, the Med City Marathon in Rochester, Minnesota with Alex. And then I bagged that to do the first 2 rounds of outdoors, which I'm like, I did so bad, I might as well have ran the marathon.
Yeah.
But yeah, I usually get up in the morning, train. You know, I'd like to run another marathon, or try to run a marathon. I've never done that. So usually run in the morning anywhere from 7 to 8 miles, and then go out and work. And then, you know, like I bought that KX 450.
Yeah.
So then I was riding that a little bit. So that was kind of fun. And then you work on the bike. I feel like I've come full circle.
In what way?
Just like working on the bike again. I had to go out and buy a toolbox.
Back to being a kid again,
yeah,
basically.
back to being a kid, like helping mom and dad out. Like I guess what I kind of grew up doing, and riding dirt bikes out at Millville and just kind of living.
Just living the dream.
Yeah.
That's so good. So when you're a kid, when do you figure out that you're a bit of a beast and that you can ride way more than other kids and you just like to work?
I think it was probably like I said on the Super Mini. That's when it really clicked. I actually started to get pretty good. I was traveling to a lot of different states and winning in races, and I became a gamer.
Yeah. And what's that process like in a kid's mind? Like, do you even know what's happening to you, or this is all just you're looking back and figuring it out, looking back in a way?
Your perspective, I think, definitely changes when you're at the end of it, right?
Yeah.
So when I look back, I think it's different now, but in the moment, you're just trying to make it.
Yeah.
You're all in. And like I felt like I didn't have a plan B. It was all plan A. Just trying to be a professional motocross racer. That was it. It was either you do it or you don't.
And that just drove you to kind of do whatever it took.
I think so. And then, like I said, I saw my dad was definitely he lives to work, right? Lives to work, and I think that also like paved the way for me too. It's like, you know, look at me now. You know, I still got up after Millville and I went and trained, and I was like tearing down banners and repeaters because like I did the one job, but my mom and dad expect me to show up and to help them as well, so I can't let them down, and I gotta, you know, get in there. So I just think, you know, just kind of delegate everything, you know.
And so over time, you just turned into this guy that has the work ethic, and it just becomes like a part of who you are in a sense.
I think so. And I almost in a sense, I look at this now like Cameron Haynes.
Yeah.
That dude's gnarly.
Yeah.
Like David Goggins, gnarly, right? Like when I broke my back, I thought of like David Goggins. I was listening to his book, the audio book, and like, you know, everything. And that really motivated me a lot. And I feel like through being gnarly the last couple of years and like whatnot, it's almost created opportunities for me. Right? Like, it's pretty insane.
What kind of opportunities?
Well, I mean, just being fit. Like I did Leadville last year. Like, you know, I let my brain recover and all that kind of stuff. And then with doing that, I didn't know if I was kind of quite ready to kind of be done with racing yet. And then, you know, I got the VIP host gig, and then I was like training for a marathon. And then just by staying gnarly, like in the shadows and being fit, I got this. There should be 8 250-star riders, and 4 of them were hurt. I'm hosting people every Saturday.
And you're just like...
And then I'm just like, in the shadows, and Bobby sees me in, I forget where we were, Pittsburgh. And, they kind of had a delay that day, and he was just like, "Hey, what are you doing?" I'm like, I'm hosting. He's like, "No, like, you riding anymore, or whatever?" And we just got into a conversation. And then and that's when he said, "Hey," he's like, "come ride the bike." And I said, "Are you shitting me?" And like, how do you say no to riding a Star Yamaha, right? I booked a flight and I flew down, and I busted out 235s with the boys.
That's so savage, bro.
Like, I shouldn't have been able to do that.
No.
And I didn't really fade. And then they said, "come back." And just by, like, that's an example of me just being gnarly, right? And then I was training for a marathon, so I ran in the morning. I ran like an hour, did the motos with those guys, and then I ran like 10 in the afternoon. So it was just like, and then it kind of, it's just created opportunities.
You don't have to get ready if you stay ready, kind of deal.
Basically.
Fuck, it's so sick. Like, I hope that people listen to this understand the level that you're at your peak.
Yeah.
Because like everyone, that's what, like I said, everyone talks about just the numbers and like, people that know that you could have been like a Tour de France cyclist, or you could have been any of those extreme distance sports because you just A, had the genetics, and B, had the mentality. And it's like that high level combination doesn't come around that often.
Yeah. And I think, like I did a VO2 max test here in California, and I was in the 80s, which is pretty high. Like, that's really, really good. And I've, through suffering and just, engulfing yourself in these tough challenges, and you kind of figure out who you are. And I think life is kind of a battle in a sense too, right? Like, we have a lot of good, but we also have a lot of struggles in life, and like through exercise and everything like that, you're able to kind of
train for those battles. Yeah. Do you remember the first real gnarly physical thing that you did?
I would just say, for me, the first gnarly physical thing I did was I did cross country in high school.
Yeah.
And like doing the first ever 5K, like all out effort, I was like, dude, wow. I don't know if I should, why did I sign up for this? And then I think obviously Leadville was just like, it blew my mind.
So what is Leadville?
Leadville is it's a 100-mile mountain bike race in Leadville, Colorado. It's at 10,000 feet.
Oh.
I was in the saddle for 7 hours, dude. And that was like, the level of pain and like in your head, and like the highs and the lows that I had throughout those 7 hours. It's pretty insane.
So I wonder how many people have like taken themselves to that place. Like, I had the first gnarly thing I ever did in my life. There was a guy that lived down the road from me, and he was a professional mountain bike rider, professional downhill racer. And his dad did this 80-kilometer cycle every morning. And it was like the first 40 was like kind of relatively flat, just like kind of up and down, like some little hills. And then the next 40 was like a Tour de France climb. Mm-hmm. And then you'd go down and then you'd drive right home. And I was trying to convince this dude to like take me. I was like, I can do it. And then one day he said to me, "Yep, I'll take you tomorrow morning." And I'd never ridden a road bike. And I got on it and started, I did the thing. We got to the hill, and I didn't know you could change the front cog. Mm. So it's on like the hardest front cog. And I didn't know that I could change it. So I'm out of the saddle, like doing this climb. That was the first time where I so badly didn't want to quit, because I didn't want this guy to be right. But I thought I was going to die.
Yeah.
And like that mental warfare, I'd never experienced it before in my life. And I thought right up until I finished it that I couldn't finish it. Like 10, 20 meters before, like you're still in such a crazy level of mental and physical suffering that you think you're not going to make it. And that experience like completely changed my life.
Yeah. And that's kind of where I'm at. Like, it's not like I was just this overnight, like I was just this gnarly beast. It was like you know, putting yourself in there, and it was a compounding thing over time where like you test yourself, and you have I had days where like, hey, I pulled the plug, right? Like I'm not gonna lie, it's not like I'm a savage every day. There's days where like, yeah, I just don't got it, but I just think it was something you learn over time, and it gets gets easier, and you're able to do more, and you're like, whoa, I'm at a new level. Yeah.
Yeah, because I didn't run back and have more of that many more of those experiences. You know, like I know I've got that gear in me if something requires that. Like I feel like I kept that experience, but I was not the kind of person that went back for more of that on a weekly basis. You know, like I feel like I've experienced what that is now in different times of my life. But guys like you, and like I think to be at the top level of motocross, like you have to go through that, or like you have to be accustomed to living in that place, and that's I've never been in that headspace.
Yeah, 100%. When you're racing the best guys in the world, for sure, and that was something too. It's like you don't really necessarily want to go to that level, but if you, like you just said, if you have to, you know you can, and there's confidence in that. Like if I had to run down somebody and I got to go deep, and I got to push it that extra little bit for, let's just say 5-10 minutes, I know I got it. I don't want to go there because it is uncomfortable. But, you know, if you train for that, you know you're ready. And then you can truly say when you line up, I'm ready for this battle.
And that's what most of it is, right? Is like just the level of confidence that you have on race day that you can go as deep as it's going to take.
For sure. And I think I always lacked a little bit of confidence.
Really?
I did. And through the training and immersing myself in those painful training situations and whatever, like I said, it might not have always been the most intelligent, smart thing to do, but I felt like it was able to get the mental side to click.
Yeah.
And that would give me what I needed on the line.
In 2022, Eli Tomac made the switch to Yamaha and found instant success on their class-leading YZ450F. Eli Tomac had 3 reasons for making the switch. He wanted power, and the Yamaha has the strongest and most tunable motor in the class. He wanted KYB suspension, and the YZ450F comes stock with his preferred KYB system. And finally, he wanted a cable clutch. Yamaha took the championship-winning YZ450F and made it even better. More powerful, lighter, slimmer, with enhanced overall stability and more agility than ever before. The 2025 YZ450F is available now in both Yamaha Blue, or to really look like Eli Tomac, it's also available in the Monster Energy edition. The pinnacle of off-road 4-stroke performance wrapped in iconic Yamaha racing livery. Head to YamahaMotorsports.com or into your local dealer now. Yeah. Who were the people that pushed you the hardest in your career? In terms of like on the racetrack, 5 or 10 laps where it's just like all in.
Webb definitely pushed me pretty hard. I've had some, even like RJ Hampshire.
Really?
Like, dude, that dude will send it too. Alex and I, we'd push each other pretty hard. We've had some pretty epic battles, and we rode each other really clean. I mean, I've just had some amazing battles with so many people. You know, I think of like I had a pretty gnarly battle with Eli, 2017, I think, Daytona 450 Supercross.
Oh,
I pulled the whole shot.
Yes.
And then I was like, I felt him on me, and then I said, dude, I'm all in. I've had a shit West Coast 250 Supercross season. We're in a great position. We're going full send. And I completely blew everything I had about halfway through, and I just rode it into the finish. But it was a legendary moment for sure.
Did you crash in first practice? Was that when you were on you were like fill-in 450, right?
Yeah, fill-in 450.
You crashed first practice that weekend? I was there filming, and I remember the first few laps of practice, you were ripping, dude. And everyone, were you like P1 or something for a little bit, or like you were way up there?
I was definitely up there, and it caught me off guard. But I just remember like testing the bike the week before at Baker's old place? Or no, not Baker's, Villopoto's old place. What do they call that now? Sandbox.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sandbox. And I was like, wow, this bike's good, dude.
Really?
I was like, holy shit, I'm fast. I'm going to be good this week.
And then, you just lit it up. Had a massive one in practice.
I went to the LCQ.
No.
Yeah. And I couldn't start the 450 that well, so I was doing a third gear start.
Really?
Yeah.
Just too small.
It was just, I'm about 140 pounds right now. And just that's a lot of bike for a little guy.
Dude. Oh, I mean, they're just, and on that track at the speed that you're going, like, I'm sure that's a pretty hectic experience.
Yeah, for sure. A 450 is definitely different too because it feels like there's more mass to it. So like when you're in a 250, it's lighter. Like I could manhandle that better. Where a 450, you kind of have to lean a little bit earlier. You get on the gas, it does things that a 250 doesn't. So it's more. You got to be a little bit more technical to ride it.
Yeah, and I think you were probably just in a place of feeling real good straight away. Probably like you didn't know what you didn't know about that.
A little naive.
Yeah. You didn't know just how quickly those things could go wrong.
Yeah.
But so Coop was one of the dudes that
I think
took you pretty deep.
To beat him, I mean, he was the mental side of him, right?
Yeah.
The games he would play and all that. Like it was
What are some of the Cooper Webb games that he was trying to play that season?
He would just do stuff like it started early, like in the truck. He would say little things here or there, like, and then Red Buddy had a cigarette in his mouth at one time. He just would do things, and it was just, and he would ride you hard too.
Really?
I think so. Like I was always really clean, and then you always knew if you piss Coop off the right way, he'd do like a little bit of, he'd get in there. He'd give you a little elbow grease.
So you did it affect your, like, because he's a guy that everyone, like, I feel like if you're in a championship battle with him, there's on-track things to deal with and then off-track things to deal with. I don't think it's not like he crosses any lines or goes crazy, but there's just like a vibe and a level of intimidation that he can put on dudes that makes you think about the track and off the track.
I think so for sure. And I knew that the only way I could beat him was on the track and I straight up just pass him around the outside. Like that's the only way you're going to beat Cooper Webb. And you got to do it, I guess, in a sense, like weekend after weekend, and then he's going to figure it out and he's going to get you back. And it's just going to be a dogfight.
Gnarly guy.
Gnarly guy.
What did you think about his Supercross season this year?
I mean, I was there pretty much every weekend, and it was impressive. I mean, he's to be able to be a 3-time champ now, and we're a little bit older now, and he's every weekend he was there. He figured it out.
When did you have the sense that he was going to win the championship?
After I don't know if I really had a certain spot in the season, but when I don't know, I felt like his confidence, like doing obviously hosting, he'd come by every weekend, and after he clicked off a couple wins, and you could see he's like, all right. You could kind of see he was like, I saw it on him. I saw it on him. He's like, I'm locked in. I got this. That must be such a hard thing to earn in a way, like, because you kind of can't fake that feeling. Because if you could, everyone would fake that feeling. Like you definitely have to earn that. And once you get it, you've got it kind of thing. Yeah, it's a little bit of a swagger. It's almost like in a walk, like the way you walk. Like when you're dialed in, there's like people that can, like you said, can fake it. But when you're on and it doesn't matter what track, what condition, whatever. It's a beautiful place to be in.
Dude, I think of there was a round where they basically like jumped the whoops the whole main event, and Sexton hadn't jumped the whoops at all the entire day, and then Coop got in front, and then he just made Sexton jump the whoops, and like that, I feel like that was the moment where I was like, oh, it's over. Like he's literally changing. Sexton hasn't jumped these whoops one time for the entire day. And now Coop's out in front, forcing him to change his whole game plan, and it's over. Like, I think that he's won this championship now based off that result.
Yeah, it's crazy when when you think about it in that perspective, like maybe he changed Chase's outcome of the race by, literally Coop being in front of him. I mean, and Coop, we all know the dude can jump the whoops pretty dang good. And for Chase is good in the whoops. He can definitely pound him pretty hard. So for him to change that speaks volume on what Webb can do.
Yeah, and it's just like he mentally convinced. It's like he sold him. You know what I mean? He sold him a hand that was just a shit hand. Like he should have in one lap at the start of the race, if he committed to skimming the whoops, he probably would have blown by him. But it's just like he just had that thing. He had a moment where he just completely changed the dude's plan. And it's just like, that's a hectic level to get to. And it's stuff that it's very hard to even see. And like you said, you're seeing the swagger that he had throughout the season as time goes on. You just can't fake that shit.
No.
It's like once the door is cracked a little bit for him, good luck.
Yeah, and obviously, like, Deegan's been winning quite a bit, too, so you see it on Deegan as well.
For sure, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's, what did you think of him being around this season?
I think he's just good at what he does, and he's kind of like the modern day Floyd Mayweather, I guess, in a sense. He's very loud, outspoken. Social media is on all-time high. Like, it's just, it's good for the sport. It's growing the sport.
It really is.
I think it's a lot different than how I would be, right? But you need like a Haiden Deegan. You need an Eli Tomac. You need a J Mart. You need a Chase Sexton.
Yeah.
You need a Jet Lawrence. You need a Hunter Lawrence. It's all these different people that make the show the show.
Yeah.
And I just think it's impressive what he's been able to do at such a young age already. And being with him during the week he's definitely got that dog in him. I see it in him. The dude will suffer. He'll definitely do what he has to do when he has to do it. And it's kind of cool that I was able to turn, my first full year was 2013. It's now 2025, and I get to see the next generation, and I got to race with them.
Yeah.
And that's cool, but I also got to practice with them. Right? And that was really fun for me to be able to just be in the grind behind the scenes with the guys that are winning and doing well nowadays. That was fun for me.
Yeah, and so what do you think as a guy, like you were Haiden Deegan at that point, like you went back-to-back 250 championships in your prime on the same team. So you've got a very good idea of what it took in 2015 and 10 years later, what it takes. Like, how much has the level increased?
I think the level's definitely gone up for sure. I was able to... I feel like for me, it was more of getting back to a comfortable spot, like at Star. Like I was getting the right settings, getting back in the mindset, kind of calming the inner demons and stuff. But I do think the level has definitely risen. Like the ability for me to be able to go out and sprint right away, I just didn't have it. As far as like at Millville, like those guys were on me, and like Joe and those guys passed me right away because I'm not like, it takes me a little bit to warm up.
Yeah.
Being a little bit older now, and those guys are just like, they're full send everywhere right away. It's like they're spring chickens.
And did you have that in 2015?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, obviously it takes a little bit more to get this chassis warmed up and going these days.
Yeah. But so that's more so what it is than just, because you always think like, I mean, I've just had my algorithm, bro, is just Southwick on my TV at my house. So I feel like I've watched every Southwick since 2011. But you look at like a 2016, 2017 Tomac at Southwick. I think the Tomac at Southwick this year beats that guy. Like, I think that the level has gotten better. You've had a lot of time off, obviously, with like injuries and things like that. Yep. So do you think that the actual pace and the level has elevated a lot, or do you just think that you're a bit older, had just dealing with more wear and tear, and it's like you still obviously can run that pace, but it's just like Father Time has kind of moved past you?
I think it's both. I think the sport has elevated. I think, the next crop of people coming in have risen the sport. Technique has gotten better. I think the bikes have gotten better. I think, with me, the injuries that I've taken, I'm definitely more stiff on the motorcycle now. Like my right wrist, when I dislocated the elbow in 23 at Hangtown, it doesn't work right. Like, I could feel it. My hand blew off the bars the week before. It would blow off the bars, and this is the best it's felt. So I think that it's a combination of both. But yeah, I think the bikes are just insane. And when you're young and you're willing to risk it, I think so that there's something there too as well. Like, I'm not willing to take the risk anymore unless the stars align.
What feels the most risky for you these days?
For example, going down Mount Martin.
Yeah.
And I think also too, like, going into the first turn. Like, I used to not think about that stuff, man.
Yeah, just not even a factor.
No. I think there's a shift in your mindset too when you get older as well. Like, you look at stuff a little bit different. When I was like, 20, 25, 26, 27, I didn't care. I just want to go fast.
Dude, that's such a gangster place to be.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's not one time I don't go to the track and be like, probably shouldn't jump that, probably shouldn't do that. Like, I've never experienced that feeling of just like, I want to go fast, fuck it. Like, that must be unreal.
It's not bad.
Yeah, the average guy is just like, that's just not not their reality.
Yeah, or just knowing, like, you can get, like, I've shown up to the tracks and, like, man, I'm like, dude, I just crushed that today. You leave, you load, the guys would load the bike up. I was very blessed that way. I had a mechanic and dang good mechanics throughout my career, but I'd be like, dude, I just absolutely shredded that track today. I got everything I could out of that. Or I'd hit a turn and I'd be like, wow, that was gnarly. That high alone of riding a dirt bike, like, I got a lot of joy just growing up riding a dirt bike because I did get good at it, right? And, like, you're not focused on anything. You're not focused on, like, life and where you want to go or paying bills or anything. Like, you're fully engulfed in the moment. The adrenaline is high, and you're just shredding turns and jumping and, doing your thing, living life.
What's, like, just some of the peak experiences of just, like, you at your perfect state as a motorcycle racer, either practicing or racing? Like, did you ever just have any days where you're like, that couldn't have been better?
Yeah, I definitely had days. I think of probably 2021 Ironman 250 Moto 1 that I was on rails, ripping until I went down. And then I had a Budds Creek 250 Moto 2. I remember just being able to do whatever I want. I could do whatever I wanted whenever I wanted to. And I could just ride the side of the tire. The bike was like glued to the ground. It was just like, and there's moments that I had during the practice track during the week. Like, I'd come into a turn and I wouldn't even have to brake. And I just drag the bars. No finger on the clutch, just full send, dude. Wide open. Just beautiful. I've had some awesome moments throughout my career, just with racing and just at the practice track when no one was around. Just ripping.
Dude, that's got to be... I think you're a guy that really figured out how to do your job. So if that makes sense, like, you just really did it for the right reason. Like, everything that you did, you just did it all the way, every lap at the practice track. Like, when I was around you guys for that week filming that, I just remember you guys doing every single thing. Everything was 100%. Yeah. And, like, it seemed like you got a lot of value just out of, like, the process of doing things right.
Yeah, I love the process of it. And I got that way. I enjoyed probably the process more than racing at the end. I just loved it. I loved getting up every day and trying to be better and ride my dirt bike and trying to chase that high of, being on the edge.
So you said that the bikes have come a long way. So let's say 2015 Star 250, 2025 Star 250. What's different these days?
Well, ended up being on the same suspension settings basically as my 2015 bike there for Millville, and to me that was like the sweet spot. That's where I was most comfortable.
Isn't it wild that you just put that 2015 shock spring on?
Yeah. I do. And I mean, I've had some amazing people work on my bikes over the years, but that was a good setting. It was a really, really good setting. And I was able to, it did everything. It was soft, but it did everything really well for how soft it was. But yeah, I just think probably the biggest thing is the engine got better. Just the mapping for the start as well. Like everything improved. The parts, even there was things from my 2015 fork and shock. There was more parts in 2025, better parts, that made the bike work better as well.
In terms of just the suspension itself?
Yeah, inside.
Yeah, right.
Inside the internals.
What kind of stuff?
Just, I think things to promote better oil flow and hand feel and just all that kind of good stuff.
Did you get super into the testing side of things?
Oh, I loved it.
Really?
I was gnarly. I was more gnarly on the suspension side than I was like on the engine side.
Yeah, because the thing's just like
wicked, and then
yeah,
I
just
think
hold her on.
the biggest thing I liked too is I liked the bike to be pretty free, like a 2-stroke.
Yeah.
So I didn't really want much engine braking.
So that was a big thing that you worked on a lot of.
That was a big thing because obviously when you get the D-cell, the bike kind of pitches, and then you would get like, you know, it'd be kind of rough handle. And so obviously I liked the bike pretty free. And then, you know, there was things you could do with the clutch too to make it more free. And there's just a lot of really cool things and widgets and gadgets and stuff you can do to make a dirt bike be pretty sweet nowadays.
And because you were super fit, the testing, you could just do it all day and be pretty dialed.
Yeah.
Could you see gains that you would make over other people on the team just purely because they couldn't do the amount of laps you could do?
I don't know, man. I did a lot of laps, and I think of other people in my career that didn't do a lot. They didn't do as many laps, and they were able to beat me at times. So I don't know if there's a right or a wrong. Like I said, I think I just did what I was all in.
Yeah.
And there was times where I probably overtrained, and from a longevity perspective, I probably would have been able to maybe go longer had I chilled out a little bit and had more balance. But at the same time, too, you're not guaranteed 10 good years. So like let's just say I won 2 championships. Well, I would take those 2 championships over like, you know, I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
none but a longer career kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you signed with Star, it wasn't the powerhouse that it is now.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that it was going to be good, or like was that just the option that you had? Like could you have foreseen how amazing that company would have become?
I didn't. I mean, I knew that the bike was pretty good at the time. Like Kyle Cunningham, Ryan Sipes.
Yeah.
And those guys, like they were winning races.
Yeah.
It was a carburetor. Like it was a good, like I got on the bike and I was like, dude, this thing's pretty good.
Yeah.
And then the next year was that 2014 fuel injected bike, engine backwards. And that was like, I was kind of nervous. I'm like, it's an all new bike for next year. Do I sign with these guys? I'm like, I don't know. And obviously I did.
What other options did you have?
I had an option with Bobby Hewitt back in the day.
Was that have been the Suzuki?
Yeah.
The Suzuki or the KTM?
I think it was, were they Suzuki?
Yeah, what year?
It would have been 20.
Because they went to
2013.
That might have been the first year they went to KTM.
Yeah.
Or 2014.
Yeah, because I was with them in the amateur program, and then Bobby called me because they were going to drop the amateur program, Bobby Hewitt was. And then Bobby called me last minute.
Huh.
And then I got that. And then I didn't even have a contract.
With Star?
No.
So you were just riding their bikes?
As an amateur-supported Star guy, I was with Bobby. And then I did really well at the Spring Nationals. And then that got me a factory ride with Bobby. It's crazy. Wild.
And it was just right before that team turned into... I mean, well, you and Coop, I think, were very responsible for, like... Obviously, they had 2 great riders. I think they got lucky with the motorcycle being a very good stock motorcycle.
Yeah.
And then they just got everything out of you guys and, like, turned into a powerhouse.
For sure. And I came alive. Coop came alive in 2014. Well, we kind of did in 2013. Like, we showed good potential. And then 2014 comes around, new bike. And then Christoph Purcell was there, and he was the factory 250 effort. So it was kind of like the fact we're taking this over there a little bit, factory Yamaha was, but then they were still supporting us. And then Coop and I, we just came alive. And then from then on, they've went on this mad dash.
It's crazy, isn't it? Like fully built a dynasty.
Yes. And Jessica Patterson was the first person to ever win a championship for Bobby. It's crazy.
Dude, it is crazy. And like you go to the farm and see what they've built now. Like, I mean, it's unbelievable what Star Racing has turned into.
And that's what I was thinking too. Like when I was there for the, week and a half, whatever, after Southwick, leading up to Millville, I remember going to Star's facility now, which was Carmichael's back then, in the fall of 2012. I was like, I called Jeannie and those guys. I said, hey, I'm all in. I want to train with you guys. And it was Dunge down there.
Yeah.
And I remember pulling up. My dad had the motorhome. We had the truck. He was my mechanic. And, Ricky was on the quad, the Suzuki quad, bust a wheelie. And his butt crack was hanging out. And he's like Willie in this quad. And he's just like, he drops the front end down and he looks back and he goes like this, yeah. And that's how it started.
No way.
And it was just the two shops up there. And it was, Ryan and I in there training and Les Smith.
Yeah.
It was insane.
So how did that come about? So what time did you hire Johnny O?
I hired Johnny O in 2015.
Okay.
Yep. He was working with Barsha.
Yep.
And then I was working with my old trainer at the time, Dylan Turner, who I'd worked with him throughout my amateur career a little bit. And then we won a championship in 14. And then we split. And then Johnny was working with Barsha. And then I was like, dude, Johnny's not really. I just remember hearing stuff about him. And I was like, I knew the work ethic that he's done. And I was like, dude, I need that. And then we reached out and it worked out.
Was he still training Dunge at that point?
I don't know if he was training Dunge at that point, but I do know that they would still talk.
Yeah.
They would still talk and connect and check in and, hey, how's things going? And bounce off ideas off each other. And
did you know Dunge very well from Millville and Minnesota days? So like there was that connection there?
Yeah, I think so. Like Dunge was obviously amateur growing up and Alex was trying to do it. And I remember like I was just eating ho-hos and drinking Red Bulls and Monsters and living my best life. So I would like kind of water the track for those guys, and then they would ride, and then I would ride sometimes, and then other times I just didn't care. So, yeah, I've known Dunge for a long time.
And so and you knew the work ethic he had, and you were like, okay, I can go to the farm and I can grind. I'll get Johnny O. Well, you were at the farm before Johnny O. But you were like, I'll go there, and like that's the place where I can go and do work.
I think so too. And like back then at the farm, like a lot of the stuff back then for training was more secretive, right? Like there was like Dunge was like the good 450 guy, and then they brought in a 250 guy, and they didn't really want that. Like nowadays, it's like free game,
free for all.
Everybody knows what everyone's doing and whatnot, and I kind of respect that. Things were quieter back then a little bit. It had more prestige. Yeah, but it's good too the way it's gone. So back then it was just Dunge was the main guy, and then I was the young up and coming dude that maybe could do something. And I had a really good race with Ricky and at Aona Pass as an amateur in the A class.
Yeah, right.
Trying to qualify for Loretta's.
Was that when he was trying to qualify for Loretta's? Yeah.
And like we kind of had like we faced off right there.
That's so wild, bro.
And just by I was already qualified, but for Loretta's or whatever, but just by going there and doing that race, I think it kind of one thing led to another. And then next thing you know, like, look, I ended up being down there and training at his facility.
Really? Do you think that would have come about if you didn't do that race?
I mean, you never know, right? But like, I'm grateful I went there and I did that and we raced each other, and then like, look what happened.
Did you beat him?
Yeah. I was shitting bricks lining up next to the goat.
So that's the year that he was trying to qualify for 25 plus at Loretta's. Yeah, Suzuki 450. What year was that?
2012.
Yeah. So what? He was like 4 years retired.
Yeah, he was fast too.
Still ripping.
Fast.
Bro, I watched him ride when I was there at Star. I stayed at his place the Thursday night, and then we flew to Colorado together. And he was just riding at one of his boys' place on his Triumph 450 and just fucking ripping, bro. The style is so different. Like how he rode was just roll, corner speed, full throttle, all the way, back off, roll, full throttle. Every single time that he could hit the throttle, it was full throttle. Yeah. And it was so straight line, point and shoot. Like you watch him ride and you're just like, oh, that's kind of simple. Like the way that he's riding the motorcycle.
Yeah, it's crazy. I remember he just explode the ruts. Not in a bad way, like clutch and then gas and just
just everything full throttle.
But it's kind of like you listen to Eli ride or you watch Eli ride, like he moves the dirt, man. It's like watching a dozer. Like when a dozer rides by you feel the ground shake.
Yeah,
that's
dude.
Eli. That was Ricky.
I've said, I remember the year that I was at the National, I remember Tomac coming down the hill and you could literally you could feel the guy coming down the hill and I'd just turn around and you knew that it was him. Like it was so heavy braking that the actual ground would move.
Yeah. Man, that reminds me of just riding with Eli. Like I remember the first time I showed up there in 2017. I went to his place in Cortez.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I remember just we were gonna do 2 weeks of tryout, see how it went. If we everything gelled, like I'd be on training with them the whole time. And they took me in. I stayed in the parents' guest house out there at the facility, and we got on Supercross. And I'd won a Supercross. Like I thought I was pretty good, right? Like I'd won decent. It's not like I was as gnarly as I was outdoors, but I was good. And he lapped me. I was like, wow.
Was he on a 450 then?
He was on a 450.
Yeah.
And then we went and did our motos, and we did a run, and I had street shoes on just because, I was used to running on gravel or pavement. And nope, we went straight rugged, dude. Off on the parents' property, got a cactus in my foot. And that was I think when Eli, I was like, this dude's rad. And we just kind of clicked.
How long did you stay training with him for? I
did the fall of 2017, 18 until I broke my back. And then I missed all of 19 because my back didn't heal right. And I had some issues. And then I returned in the fall of 19. And then I did most of 2020 with them.
Yeah. Right. So I fully missed that whole.
We had some good years together.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to see the peak.
Eli.
Damn.
Well, he's still.
I mean, he's still right there.
He's right there.
Man, San Diego Supercross this year. I've said it 100 times, but that's as good as he's ever been.
Yeah. I remember watching him on press day at Anaheim 1, and his dad was right there, and I said, "Hey, good job." I said, "I've never seen that dude look so fast. It's crazy."
Right, he was ripping. Do you remember? Were you in the stadium during the second quali when it was him and Jet battling, and then you hear Jet come across the finish line and everyone cheered because he got second? I was like, dude, I don't know that I've ever been to a Supercross race where the crowd is this invested in qualifying right now.
Yeah, no, it's special when you get a moment like that, huh? Like no matter where you are, you imagine for Eli or even for us, it's a special moment, and you're just like, oh, dude, this is cool. And that shows you that the sport's in a special place and it's growing.
Oh man, 100%. It's dude, you're getting paid to do the VIP experience. That's a whole new thing. Mm-hmm. That's not always been in the sport, and there's obviously a need for that.
Yeah, and they love it too. And the cool thing about hosting for these guys is I'm taking them behind the scenes from a race rider's perspective.
Yeah.
And then they're getting to see inside the trucks. They're meeting Bobby and Loretta. They get to meet Eli Tomac, and they get to meet Cooper Webb. And they're not guaranteed. They get to see how locked in Webb was.
Oh.
The difference between Webb in the beginning of the season to the end of the season. And I was able to kind of say, hey, you see that? You could see that even the pressure, it weighs on you, and you can start to see it. You can start, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, dude, that's what I mean. When I was at Star that week, it was the week before Colorado. First of all, I can't fucking believe they even let me come here for this. Both championships are on the line. But man, I've known him since he was a kid, like a 14 or 15-year-old kid. And just to see the level of locked in that he was on Tuesday, I'm just like, respect, bro. Like that is an intense place to be.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty cool, and it's a special place to be in. And when you're locked in and you have that opportunity to win a championship, talk about living, man. Living. It's insane.
And they just don't come around that often, you know, especially like the longer your career goes.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think about this. Like in 2012, I started as, you know, basically did 2 outdoor nationals.
Yeah.
And that was my pro debut. I had an issue. I dislocated my shoulder. Did Unadilla and then Steel City.
Back in the day.
Dude, Steel City back in the day. That makes me feel old.
Yeah, the fact that, that you can say that.
I go to Carmichael's for 2013. I trained there, you know, and then I got to train with, he was the GOAT, right? Trained with him. I've trained with so many amazing people throughout my career. Johnny O'Mara, Ryan Dungey. You know, I worked with Villopoto. Like when I got second at Daytona on that 450, I had Villopoto come in and work with me all week.
Really?
Yep. He really helped me a lot.
What is you learn the most from Villo?
I was pretty kind of hammering the bike quite a bit. And I think the biggest thing RV was like, dude, winners find ways. Make it work. He's like, get it in a window, get it predictable, shut your brain off, and do your fucking job.
And that's advice you actually needed to hear at that time?
I think so. I think so. There was times where I needed that for sure.
How many of your New Year's resolutions have you been able to keep so far? I've been able to keep on track with my daily nutrition habits as I'm still starting off each and every morning with AG1 the same way I have for years. 1 scoop a day or one of the convenient travel packs when I'm away at the races make it really easy to stay on track with my health goals. For me, the benefits of taking AG1 every day are super clear. Firstly, it just sets the day off on the right foot. Secondly, after years of taking AG1, I know how good it is for my digestion and overall gut health. My skin is clearer and my hair and nails are healthier. I love that AG1 is NSF certified for sport, meaning it's been independently tested for quality. When it comes to my health, I want something I can trust, and that's why I've been partnering with AG1 for so long. And AG1 is offering new subscribers a free $76 gift when you sign up. You'll get a welcome kit, a bottle of D3K2, and 5 free travel packs in your first box. So make sure you check out drinkag1.com/gypsytales to start your new year on a healthier note.
There's I wonder if there's a point where these guys are a bit too focused on the motorcycle. Like I look at, you hear Chase and it's just like, or Prado right now, it's just like they're so focused on the bike and it not being, and I guess it's hard to know like how far out of the window is it? Is it in the window and, you know, like they're just not making it work? But what's your thoughts around that these days?
I will say, like, I was pretty gnarly on suspension.
Yeah.
And I needed to chill out at times. And then I was, like, in my head at times. And, like, I accidentally would think about stuff and I'd make it worse. So I think it's a double-edged sword. But one thing's for sure, like, I was pretty dialed in at Millville. I was pretty comfortable. Yeah. I was pretty comfortable. And I think there's something to be said that, like, when you find something, right, and you feel like you're 1 to 2 seconds faster on the stopwatch, you can do things, you can go different spots on the track, and you can make that pass, or you can do things that no one else can't, you're unlocked.
And so why is it that some guys like can't get there? Like you would think, let's say Chase or Prado. Like Prado is now months into a outdoor season. He's been on the bike. There's only so many things that you can change. Like, at what point is it on him to get it in that window, or like how long does it take? Is it conceivable that he just still can't get it there? Or
I just think it takes time. Like I was pretty dialed in 2014, 2015, 2016 on
because
the
the bike
Yamaha.
stays relatively similar.
And then I was at that point in my life, I needed a change. So I went to Geico Honda for 2017. And I test rode the bike, and I was like, we did lap times, and like, I was faster. But in the right conditions. But I needed to change. I needed just something new. So I went to Geico Honda, and, you know, if the window was there, I was really good. But it wasn't maybe as good everywhere as the Yamaha was at that time. But also, I came in, I'm like, hey, give me this and this and this. And then they did. But also, sometimes I requested the wrong things. Like, I needed to learn as well. And I tried to set up the Honda like a Yamaha. I don't know about you, but you can't do that.
Yeah.
So I made mistakes. And then after a year of trials and tribulations, like, we kind of, like, started over. You know, we got a new bike. And, you know, and we were able to, like, we understood each other better after the tough times. And then it was a lot easier. So that's why sometimes I think when people go to a different team, like, it could be good, but it is a gamble because it takes time to learn the staff and the people and how to communicate and talk to each other to get what you need, or for them to understand you so they can give you what you need.
So it's almost just not about the bike as much as it's about the relationships with the people and, like, the communication to get the bike in the window.
I think it is about the bike too. Like, I think every bike has its own unique flavor, and it does some things better than others for sure.
Are you still glad that you did the time at Geico that you did, or would you, if you had your time again, would you have stayed at Star?
I loved my time at Star, but I loved Geico. Geico was family. I really enjoyed that chapter of my life. I was pretty bummed that we lost the title sponsor because I'm pretty sure I maybe had another year deal with those guys. And then to come back from they honored me during my back, right, and still paid me. And then to come back that first year and almost win the outdoor championship, battling Dylan, like, that was a big deal. And that for me was like, hey guys, thank you so much for, you know, being good to me, because they didn't have to.
So what was the circumstances that you went to Geico? Like, you purely were just ready for a switch at that point in your career. You'd won 2 championships and you were just ready for a change
Well, I think it came down to some negotiation stuff. At the time, I had an agent, and we were kind of butting heads with Bobby a little bit. And, you know, I was pretty bullheaded. Bobby's pretty bullheaded. He's kind of Wild West when it comes to negotiations and whatnot. So I just think the relationship had kind of taken its course at that point. And then, you know, it was getting time away from each other was probably going to be the healthiest thing at that point. Yeah.
Fuck, there's so many things you got to deal with, at that level.
Yeah, it's you know, you got to be fit. You know, you got to put yourself in good positions on the dirt bike, right? And you got to race your ass off, and you got to get the results. But then you also got to play poker. Or you could say a game of chess. It's a little bit political as well. And you got to know, you know, when to ask for stuff, how to say it. You got to be a good businessman.
So did you always get that right, do you think?
No, for sure. Like, I totally made mistakes. And I think that's where my dad has put his blood, sweat, and tears into Spring Creek Motocross Park. And it's like 37 years he's done that now. And then he was just like, hey, when you're 16, you know, 17, whatever, he's like, hey, you're big boys. You and Alex, J-Mart, do you. I'm running the business. So I had trainers and stuff like that, but that's kind of where I think at times, like, I wish I would have maybe had, like, a life coach. Someone that was there regardless of the results to help me look at stuff from a 3,000-foot perspective.
Yeah.
And that's something that I think I wish, I would have thought about.
So who was your manager at the time?
My manager at the time was Lucas Myrtle.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. I got him in, I think, halfway in the fall of 2015.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When did you stop working with him?
We stopped working together in, I think, 2018.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you probably could have used a more balanced dude around you at times in a way.
And Lucas did a good job for me. Like, he got me a really good deal, and he I will say that, like, he crushed it for sure on that perspective.
Yeah.
Like, I was paid pretty well. Very well. Very, very well at Geico. And then I think also, too, like, you know, him and I, we had a great relationship, and I was grateful, but we had taken our course.
Yeah.
And it was time. And I think at that point I realized, too, like, an agent could negotiate me some more money, but at the same time, too, what is it if I sit down with you right now and we have an organic conversation, right? And then I'm just like, hey, I need to learn some business here.
Yeah.
Right? Like, there's the racer, but if chapter 2 does come one day, you can't race forever.
Yeah.
It might be good to kind of be involved in some of these conversations.
Yeah.
And that was important to me.
Yeah, and I think so the guy I think it'll be the episode after you, I think yours will go out first, but Christian Glasgow, and he's a sports psychologist. And yeah, like he specializes in athletes, like works with surfers, he's works with a couple of Supercross guys now, but yeah, you know, like he's spent a lot of time talking about like the most important thing that he would talk about with athletes is like their relationships and family. And it's a lot of the dealing with the life outside and giving you the balanced perspective. And you know, it's not even so much the sport specific stuff, but it's like, okay, you're an athlete, you're a person, and as a result of the work that you do, you have all of these different problems that quote unquote normal people don't have to go through. And if you don't have somebody around you that, you know, understands that perspective and can like kind of give you perspective, then yeah, you can kind of get pretty lost in that at times.
I think so for sure. And like, obviously there's so much on it riding on every Saturday. Like, think about, like, on a factory team, you've got an engine guy, suspension guy, you know, all the mechanics. Those mechanics work 7 days a week. And then after Saturday, they got to tear down the tent. And then they have like a 11 to 12 hour build day, right? And then they fly home Monday. And then we ride Tuesday. Some people ride Monday. It's just a revolving door of constant, like, hustle and grind. And there's a lot riding on that. Sponsorship, a lot of stuff. So I think, you know, yeah, there's a lot of pressure there.
And did you feel that pressure at times in your career more than others, do you think?
I didn't really feel any pressure in the beginning. Like, I was always like, hey, I'm here to do a job, and that's to win.
Yeah.
Like this is on you. So I never really felt the pressure, but at times, yeah, you know, I think everyone does. They feel it, you know, especially like when I started to get paid a lot at Geico. I was like, yeah, they expect you to do a job here. Like, you need to figure this out. Imagine being a guy like, you know, like Jet, for example, like legend, right? Or Eli. Those guys get paid a lot of money. They're expected to win.
Yeah.
Here's our bike. Figure it out. We're paying you to win.
Put it up there.
Yeah.
On that top step.
That's your job.
Of that podium. See that 96? It needs to be a 1 in like 10 months time.
Yeah, it's tough.
Fuck, it is. And so your dad, that's a wild move. Most moto dads do the opposite. They want to negotiate every deal, every contract. They want to make sure that my boy is getting treated just right. And John was just like, do your thing, boys.
Pretty much. I mean, he was definitely there for us.
For sure.
But, like, I think of, like, he came to a handful of races, too. You know, like, he wasn't there every weekend. It's pretty crazy.
It is crazy.
Yeah.
So many parents just don't have courage, maybe? It's like, I don't know what the word would be for that, but, like, you know, Brian would not have missed. I think he's maybe missed a couple of Hayden's races. Like, that's very hands-on the wheel. You know, you've got a superstar of the sport where nothing can go wrong here if I touch all of this program.
Yeah, and I think my dad was obviously, he'd text us all the time, watching the times, watching everything. But he was very much like, you know, in his routine, and he loved to work at Millville.
What do you think it did for you and Big Al then?
I think it created us just to take care of ourselves, right? Like, be self-sufficient. and not you don't have really. It was just Alex and I at the races. So that was something I kind of struggled with. I think a little bit too is when he retired. It was like, oh man, I'm just going now. It was like I lost my bro.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like because he was a wingman out on track. He was at the airport. And
Yeah, like I could count on him, like no matter what, like regardless of the result, like, hey, we're gonna stay here, we're gonna go eat here, like, I crashed, he crashes, like we got each other. We're good. Yeah. You knew you had that, like, yeah, you're good.
And then to just not have that
Yeah.
for the first time would have definitely been a weird feeling.
Yeah, it was a little different, but obviously, like you said, everyone, you get over it. Yeah.
What was it like being on different teams? Did you like that at times? Bit of separation?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna deny it. Yeah, I think I appreciated what Star gave me. They gave me a really good platform to do my job. Geico gave me an amazing platform to do my job. And I still talk to Ziggy at Factory Connection, Jeff Myshak, some really good guys at, Geico Honda. And then I still, obviously look at me with Bobby. I still talk to Bobby. Still talk to Brad. Like, awesome.
Yeah. What do people not know about Bobby Reagan and the Star organization? He's a bit of an enigma.
Bobby loves, as everyone knows this, Bobby just wants to win. And I stayed at his place in 2014. I did like an arena cross, like more of a low key one. And I stayed at his place. And, it was nothing fancy. Everything was dedicated to the race team and to giving kids really their dream to go, to win on a dirt bike. I think.
And he doesn't, they don't have kids. So I'm sure he treats you guys like his own for that period of time that you're there,
He's hard on you. I
bet.
mean, at times you're just like, geez, man, this is crazy. But I do, when I look at it now, he really gave you a platform and he really wanted the best for you. And he had that football mentality. He's like, listen here, boy.
Yeah. And creates a certain environment that sets people up to either succeed or fail.
Yeah.
But I think no matter what, you're going to go there and you're either going to succeed or you're going to fail. But either way, you're going to get an answer to a specific question. And it's, are you good enough for this?
And I'll say, coming back now, this last time, I didn't have much time on the bike. I was kind of running their settings at first and whatnot. And they were open-minded. They're like, hey, what are you doing? You're you're going fast, but your turns look like shit. We used to try to mimic what you used to do in the turns. And they're like, can you just go back to the old J-Mart? Go back to that old technique and whatever you did, because when you did that, that was when you were at your best. And you put yourself in good positions. And that's when you won races. So, let's focus on getting that back, and then let's see if the rest comes together.
Is that what happened?
I think so.
So what were you missing?
Well, everything nowadays is really about, technique and, finger on the clutch and, hopping this and hopping that. And I think a lot of it was I was trying to do that stuff, feet on the pegs. And the reality of it is that,
Not your style.
Not my style. It's Barsha has his style. So, and I think, I'm pretty well set in my ways this late in my career. Can I improve and tweak some things? 100%. But, to full-on completely change was going to be tough. So, we worked on, I always had a finger on the clutch, and I took that off. Worked on we went back to some old settings and thought about my general setup on the bike that I used to have. And then with them bringing that to my attention, it was whoa. Completely changed everything.
So back when you were in your prime, no finger on the clutch?
No.
That's wild now.
I think it kind of hurt me at times for Supercross.
Yeah.
But Stu was no finger on the clutch. And this is a really good debate because a lot of people think it should be done. And then there's also people like for me, when I would go into a turn, if I had to grab the clutch, if I used the clutch and the clutch was burnt, it was, slipping, I was not riding good.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so that would be an indication that you weren't
Yeah.
riding good.
I was riding tight. I'm just trying to force it. Like I wasn't flowing.
So nowadays they're just on the clutch 24/7.
But some people need that. I was a guy, for me, outdoors, I didn't need that. I felt like if I use the clutch, I pull it in, the bike wants to go stand up in the turn and it would go this way or this way.
Yeah.
So for me, it was like not good for forward momentum. So I think that, like I said, I had my own unique way of riding. I was like a bulldog, no hand on the clutch, just straight bar, and yeah.
That's crazy to think of.
And you watch like someone like Jet, it's like beautiful. You know, you watch the way he rides, like at Hangtown. Someone did like a slow-mo video, and he was like hopping bumps and stuff before the mechanics area, and then they showed Eli, and Eli was pounding him. And I'm like, I saluted Eli. I'm like, I'm right there with you, mate.
Man, that's what's crazy now is that you can watch the contrast in styles. Like you watch the way that Jet picks his way around a track. And then, yeah, you watch Eli. And like I was saying, I've been watching all the Southwick stuff, right? Eli looked even smoother and better. It's like he has got a bit more new school than back then. Dude, 2016, 2017, it was literally just like, and wide open everywhere. Every single place where he could be completely wide open. And he would just smash into everything. So like even he's leveled out his style a little bit. But yeah, you watch the way like have you been watching the This Is Lawrence videos? Dude, like you see some of the slow-mos of him at Southwick. Like you got the section where you come up over, it's like a little kind of tabletop. And he's literally like jumping over it, pulling a tear off, landing in some holes, and then bouncing over the holes into the turn. And you're like, okay, this is fourth gear right now on a 450 in the middle of the Southwick National, and you're just play riding around this track. Like that to me seems insane.
Yeah, and I knew that like with my style, I had to be more fit than everyone else. Yeah. And like I was okay with that. Right? Like I was completely okay with that. Like when you watch like someone like Jet, it's like poetry. You know, but then I also respected like the guys like Eli, RC,
RJ,
like Deegan. Yeah. Deegan's not polished all the time. Yeah. Like it's very much just like, hey, we're gonna get it done, come hell or high water. And you know, he can do these oppos and he can do some gnarly stuff and it's impressive, but it's not always pretty. So I think you can do it either way. Yes.
You just got to be good for 30 minutes.
Yes.
And that's the beauty of it, right? Is like, hey, here's this window that you've got to go hard for. So you can either be real expensive on a calorie point of view, but if you've got the fitness, like if you can write that check and it cashes every time, do you, honey boo?
Yeah, for sure.
So that was the mentality that you had. It was just like, does not matter how hard I ride this motorcycle, I can do 35 minutes digging.
For sure. I wanted to know that, like, if I got a bad start or whatever, I was good. You know, there was times where, like, I would literally, like, when Coop and I were battling back in the day, I wouldn't even walk back. I'm sorry, I wouldn't even ride the mule back. I'd walk back to the rig.
Just mental.
I'd walk back, yeah.
You just wanted that mental victory.
Yeah.
Fuck, that's such a sick place to be, bro. It's crazy too, like being a smaller guy, to have that level of like, it's just, that's a dog. Like you're the definition of, it's not a matter of the size of the dog in the fight, but the fighting the dog. The dog, you know, like you are the living embodiment of that theory.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I wasn't always pretty, that's for sure. And I could have done things a lot better, but I definitely did. I always tried. I gave it my all.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah. 100%.
We need to bring you a quick word from our sponsor, motosport.com. I got a YZ450F that I got some upgrades to do. You know exactly where I'm going. I'm going to need some help with customer service, so I'm going to chat with a gearhead. This box showed up. It has a 2007 KTM master cylinder, a Yamaha caliper, also 2007, and a Turner braided brake lines. I feel like this is a very good upgrade for $600. Need the old hanger, so we're gonna put a bit of grease on that and get it back on, bolt her up. Caliper has been done. Now this can just get bolted on. Now, shout out to Kiefer, who I think stole this off Doug Dubac. That was easy. Nah, that was easy. This is a pretty epic upgrade. You can get OEM parts to build this little Frankenstein brake kit, or basically anything else for any brand by going to motosport.com.
What made Star so good?
I think
as the time like went on and they developed into what they are now.
I think the bike went from being carbureted in 2013 to the engine got turned around or whatever you want to say. The direct intake, that was a big game changer. I think there was definitely a big level up there. The chassis was really good. It handled really well. And they were able to take a jump. But one thing I will say about them is they've never stopped progressing. So from 2013 through 2016, the bike got better. Engine, the whole package, the team, everything got better. I went to Geico Honda 2017 through 2020, went back to Star for 21, 22, and then I went to Club, and then I ended up going, obviously, getting a fill-in gig, coming back again. So I've rode
like 3 generations
of the Star Yamaha.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing that I've seen is every time I've come back, everything has gotten, the priorities have been more about winning and doing what it takes to get the rider comfortable to win. The priorities are in the right spot. Yeah, they're kind of gnarly when it comes to other things, and Bobby can be hard on you, but I think the will to want to win and to push you to be your best is still there. Yeah.
And that's a difference maker.
I think so.
And you look at the commitment to their facility.
Yes.
You know, like there's a lot of things that they will do above and beyond that obviously are leading to performance.
And that's kind of what I was saying earlier. Like I went to Carmichael's in 2012 and it was, Big Rick was working on the track. Dungey was winning championships. I'm just coming in, training with Les Smith, working with Jeannie. I come into the farm. It was just the 2 buildings and the tracks. I come back, it's 2025. There's a workout gym. I mean, they've got everything in the other shop. They've got all the tracks. You were there. Right? You rode the bike. I mean, there's and then they work with the community around there. People come in and ride. They get the track rough. I just think that they're really doing everything they can to try to maintain that edge and move forward.
And so what was Geico like in comparison?
Man, Geico was great. Like, I mean, they did whatever they could too. I rode them pretty hard on suspension settings and whatnot, and it was the bike got better, and they did what they could, man. They did what they could. I mean, I think the Yamaha probably had a little bit more power. I think, honestly, it did. But like Ryan Cox and Kibbe were doing the engines back then, and the Geico was a good bike. It was a really strong bike. I just don't think at times maybe I just didn't have it, plain and simple.
As in you personally?
Yeah.
And what do you think that was?
Maybe it was mental. Maybe it was, something else. I'm sure if you sat down with all those guys, they could maybe say something. But, yeah, I just didn't have it. I wish I did.
Yeah. But it's obviously like very hard to maintain a level over years and years and years.
Yeah, and I think about that too. Like, I maintained pretty much a podium level for 9-10 years.
Yeah, dude.
I was pretty good. I mean, I wish I would have been better. We all do, right? But I was definitely gnarly.
Yeah. Well, and when you think about it too, like when your first podium was Redbud, I think. Was it 2013?
Mm-hmm.
And you've run down Marvin Muscand, who was a 2-time world champion, and you're a rookie. It's very rare maybe it's a little bit, I don't know, maybe it's really very rare to have a rookie that can come in to outdoors and do that. Like late in a 35-minute moto, run down a 2-time world champ for an overall podium at one of the gnarliest tracks on the calendar. So like you were obviously, it's to say that you maintained a high level from day one. You know, like it's very hard to keep that going over years and years.
Yeah. No, it is for sure. And that's the beauty of sport. It's like, man, nothing's guaranteed, right? Like you can be a legend during the week on the practice track, but when you line up, it's like, dude, when that gate drops, the bullshit stops.
Who was the best at that?
I just think of like, man, like I think of like Webb. I think of like me during the week, like I'd be faster than him and he'd line up and he'd get it done and I wouldn't.
God, that's gnarly. To be the guy.
There was times even where like I'm riding with Alex during the week, like I'd be quite a bit faster than Al, and then Alex would show up and have almost a better performance than I would. I'm like, frick, dude, like I need to figure this out.
What do you think it was now when you look back at it?
I think it was mental.
Yeah.
I think it was mental. At times, for sure.
Yeah. So they would just go to the race knowing that they would do better than practice. And you were so good practicing that it was like hard to be better than practice maybe.
Yeah, or like maybe let's just say hypothetically I kind of cooked myself during the week a little bit or something, you know, that could have been something as well.
Because you would hear, I mean, and I saw, dude, I had times at the Baker's factory where I would see Marv and Ando beat Dunge. And Dunge would be winning almost every single weekend. And he was super off the pace. And then even when I was at Star doing the Cole thing, he was way off the pace. You know, to be a 17-year-old kid and not to let that mentally affect you when you're racing, you know, Deegan's the guy that's, you know, winning the races and like you just visibly see how much better he is than you during the week. Like that to me is like a whole nother level of mental strength.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that was something that I wish I tried to work on and I could have been better at my career for sure.
So when you say like life coach, mental coach kind of thing, like what sort of, if you were to be that for somebody, like what kind of things would you have wanted that guy to help you with?
I guess for me, it's more of just the battles of being in your career in life, right? Like when a situation's not ideal, like there was times in my life where like I made a decision and I knew that both of them were maybe not the best, but you just make the best of it, right? And then like not overreacting or not getting too much the other way, right? Like staying a little bit more even keel or thinking long term, right? Like I was so fixated on my results and being in the process of trying to win and be the best dirt bike racer I could. Maybe the transition could have been better too, or I could have maybe made a decision and worked on a relationship that would have impacted me and put me in a better position for chapter 2 in life. Just small little things like that, or just learning how to handle stuff and what's healthy and what's not, and is this a healthy outlook on life or for this situation? Like we all battle that. I mean, I would think.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah. And to have somebody that's like almost got a bit of that expertise. You know, because you don't know what you don't know.
And it's not about like the result for that necessarily. It's more of just life.
Yeah. Who were some of the best people in your career in terms of like mentors and help that you did have?
I think my first trainer I had, Dylan Turner, he helped me a lot. Alex helped me a lot. You know, like John Wesling helped me a lot. I would go to different people at different times for different things that really helped me. Johnny was a big part of my career. My mom, my dad, you know, like it really took a village. When I look back now, it was like not just one thing made me good. It was like a village of people.
Yeah.
And like I even look at the team now, like Star, like to be able to share that 3-1 performance at Millville with them. And like, you know, they knew the good, they knew the bad, they knew, the strengths and weaknesses of me. And I really embraced them, and I just was stoked to be in the moment with them.
Yeah. Dude, I can't imagine like because what you said before about how hard they work in terms of the team, I mean, you can see, like from the outside looking in, when you know the schedule and you know everything that they have to go through, you're just like, who would sign up for this and who would do this? But I think it's those moments that keep everyone coming back.
I think so, and it's a deep love for and a passion for the sport, right? Like, we all grind. Think of all the content you put out there, everything that you're hustling to do, going to the races, trying to have a balance, trying to ride your dirt bike, all these things, right? Like, we're all juggling stuff, and you just love what you do, and yeah.
Just you can end up doing it for the right reason.
Yep.
And yeah, a lot of those guys, like you'll see, I mean, yeah, there's some of those dudes on that team have known you for 10 plus years, and you do get very invested in people's success.
I think so, and there's moments too where like I had it out, and I was like, oh fuck you, and they're probably like, fuck J-Mart, you know.
Yeah.
But to come around, you know, full circle and to go back again, I mean that says something too. Both sides were willing to, with Star, to, you know, let shit go.
Yeah. What is the tension that gets created between an athlete and a team?
I think the just wanting to win, right? Like,
but don't you both want the same thing?
we do. But
So then why are you fighting?
There's a lot of different ways to skin a cat, right?
Yeah.
Right? And I think that's what you see. Like, sometimes I'm pretty stubborn in the respect of I think we should do this with the setup, or this should go this way, and they're like, well, hey, we think this should go this way.
And so you just end up
Sometimes we
being at
agree to
odds.
disagree,
Yeah.
but we're at odds.
Yeah. How hard is that to manage?
It's very difficult, because then let's just say you're struggling with something on the bike or like whatever, and you're not getting the result. Like, then people go online and troll you and be like, oh, you sucked. So then it kind of amplifies it. Yeah, it can be tough.
What's the hardest thing to deal with when you're in that grind mode of trying to get better, things aren't going right?
The hardest thing I would say is, I think, trying to deal with the disappointment or knowing that there's tension there, right? Like, and you want to be better, but you're not, and you're doing everything in your power to make it better, and sometimes it's not working. That's tough.
How did you deal with that?
I just think you just keep going. It's just like, hey, I might not figure it out today, tomorrow, or the next day, but like through this steady effort and continued, you know, trying to get better every day, having faith that it would come around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And did it come around? Like, is that the same with the team? Like, you just kind of like ride the waves with the people that are around you as well?
I think so. Or just having a come to Jesus meeting too, like pulling each other aside and saying, hey, like, I'm grateful for you and I appreciate you, but what's going on here? And you kind of have that come to Jesus meeting. And then hopefully everything's all good. And then if it derails again, like, you know, being mature enough to have that and acknowledging that is a big thing too.
Yeah, I think people love accountability.
Yeah.
Like, in those moments, you know, like if you can be accountable, or if they can come to you and they're accountable for, you know, owning their shit. I think that's kind of the stuff that makes people feel okay about shit not being the best right now.
Yeah, 100%.
So you ended up having a period of your career where you had to deal with a lot of injuries. What was the first toughest one to kind of go through?
I always say, like, I was pretty relatively injury free for the most part until I broke my back.
Yeah.
And that's when it really kind of like changed for me. That definitely scared me. And it's like you take all those memories and like you put them like in a box, and you bury them deep in the back of your mind. And I was definitely scared, but I was able to use that stuff and kind of motivate me as well, like to try to get back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So talk us through that crash itself.
Man, it was gnarly. I was able to win the first moto, and then Moto 2, we put a new clutch in, and the clutch wasn't really that dialed in for the start, and I didn't get off the gate that well, and it was a racing incident. You know, obviously Justin Cooper and I collided, and I saw a hole, and sometimes that's all you need. Like in the sport, like you risk it, right? And we came together, and yeah, it's not good.
So how bad was the injury?
I burst fractured my L1 vertebrae, and they did a 5 vertebrae fusion there in Tennessee.
Really?
Yeah, and then it was like, I kept breaking out in these like sweats and then these gnarly chills, and I was like, what the heck's going on? You know, like we didn't know. So I took a jet back to Rochester, Minnesota, and then they found out, and then like basically at that point I had an infection and like pus was coming out of my back, and I was like septic at that point.
No.
So then they kind of like reopened me back up, washed me out, like did everything, and then they put a PICC line in, and I was administering antibiotics for like 6 weeks every day. And I went, the Mayo Clinic was like, well, they were kind of not crazy sports oriented, and I wanted a second opinion, so I flew out to the Stedman Clinic in Colorado.
Yeah.
And then they were like, we got x-rays and everything, and they sat me down in the room, and I was like, I had that weird gut feeling that things weren't good. And he's like, all right, so here's the bad news. We got to redo everything. And I was like, what? Like, I'm supposed to be riding soon. And yeah, we went in and redid everything, and there was an infection in there again, and they got it right. And then I healed right away, and then I was back on right away. But that was the first big one that was like, it kind of freaked me out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you have any like loss of feeling or anything that you went through in that?
I got really lucky that way. I think of, you know, I've battled some amazing guys growing up through the amateur ranks, and, you know, like Jesse Nelson. Even like what really hit me hard was Jerry Robin. You know, like or Jesse and Jerry Robin. Like, and that was really bad. So, I got lucky that way. I did, but I still deal with back issues to this day. And
For sure.
And I'm stiffer on the bike now because of it.
Yeah.
Which sucks.
Have you watched Millville back yet?
Yeah.
Have you seen your little
Yeah.
the butt whips?
Yeah, I get that.
Dude.
Stiff old chassis.
Oh man, I think it was the first lap, second whoop section.
Yeah.
And you hit the inside and you're giving the butt whip, and I'm like, my dog. that's my dog right there. I'm like, please win this moto, bro, just for us, just for the bum scrubbers out there that we just can't get it done in that way anymore.
Yeah, no, dude, I think of like, even during the week, some of the guys would bust these massive whips off the tabletops down at the farm, and I'm just like, good for you guys.
Man, that one is a booter.
Oh.
The one you got the roller, and then you go left, and then the double, and that tabletop.
Yeah.
Dude, that thing is... No.
I could actually get it a little sideways on that thing.
Bro, that jump is crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know how you keep a bike straight on that jump. That was funny when I rode there. No one on the track, afternoon, dry, but with baked watered ruts.
Oof.
And I'm just like, I can't do any of this. There's no one here. I'm not doing this.
So what do you think when you rode the bike?
It's fucking gnarly, dude.
Is it what you expected? Because you probably had it built up in your mind as to like what it was gonna.
Well, I hadn't ridden a 250. The last time I owned a 250 was 2008. So it's been that long since I even really rode one. Like I just started riding 350s. So I rode a 350 for ages. Then last year I got a Yamaha 450, and I spent a lot of time riding that. So I didn't really have that much of an idea. But I just remember how good it turned, and like how good the chassis feels and how free it feels.
Yeah.
Like I remember coming, like before that roller, you've got like the little straightaway, and then you go right and left. And we were kind of doing a bit of filming through that section. And I just remember being able to hit that right-hand turn kind of however, like it didn't matter how I even set up for the turn. Like the bike would just do what
it needed to.
Yeah.
Like you didn't have to be perfect.
No.
Yeah.
And I remember almost like a bog off the bottom. Like it just, that when you're to no clutch it or whatever, it's just not there like you would think it would be there. But then as soon as it revs, bro, like just all the way. And even the mechanics, they're like, have you done any like straight line runs with the thing? And I was like, not really. And they're like, go down the back and ride alongside both of the Supercross tracks. And I just went first, second, third, fourth, just on the absolute limiter.
Yeah.
And the thing was just screaming.
Yeah.
So I could see after that, I'm like, that's why they all rev the bike, because it just wants it, dude.
You should have asked to ride Eli's 450.
Dude, I can't even imagine. Have you ridden it?
No, but I'd like to.
That's just got to be a
Could
scary
you
motorcycle.
imagine? My God.
Bro, he is such a beast.
Yeah.
Did you go to any of the SMXs last year?
I did not. I'm looking forward to that this year.
You're
though.
doing that with the VIP thing?
Yeah.
It was Charlotte, eh? Where they just had like the drag. It was just a drag race. Like they literally had, you came around one of the turns over the barrier and you just sent it towards the wall jump. I don't reckon there's anyone that could out drag race Eli Tomac. Like he is a master of straight line speed and getting power to the ground.
Yeah, that dude, yeah. He'll burn a clutch up quick too. But yeah, he's full send on that thing. He wants as much power as you can, which I don't know about you, but like, what do you think of your Yamaha 450?
Too fast.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh man, I can't imagine how hectic that motorcycle would be.
Yeah, that's a lot of power right there, especially on a Supercross track,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and he just wants it.
Sometimes like less is more.
Yeah. Well, what did you learn from him when you trained with him?
I just think he was like gnarly. Everything was like he was so fast. Just the way he would ride and the way he trained off the bike and the way they did stuff. Like they trained really hard, but then they would recover. You know, like they had a really good, well-rounded, balanced program. And it was probably being with those guys was probably one of the most fun moments of my life, just on and off the bike. Yeah. And like Eli and I still hang out to this day, man. Like I call him, you know, we chat. I'll go hang out with him. You know, he'll every once in a while have a beer in the fall or something with me, you know? And yeah, pretty cool.
He's such a enigma of a dude. Like, isn't it crazy to think, like, when he retires, we're just going to look back and be like, what a fucking man. Like, there's just such a rare dude, like almost just a mythical creature. He never gave anyone that much. He never put himself out there that much. Just all business, super unique, absolute savage. And he's going to retire as just one of the all-time greats.
I know. It's pretty crazy to think, you know, and I was able to train with him, obviously, for a little while, like I told you. And I just think that whole family, they just mean business, man. You know, the general, we call John Tomac the general. You know, and I'd be training in his gym at the house down there, and he'd have all his trophies and accolades throughout his career. And you're just like looking at it. It's like, dude, pretty gnarly.
Respect,
dude.
And just to do it their own way the whole time.
Yeah, and they didn't care what anyone else did. Like they've just done what they needed to do and what they thought was right, and they've done it in Cortez, Colorado. Insane.
Yeah, just where they want him to be.
Yep.
How do you think he goes on KTM?
I think he'll be good. I think anything he does, like I see him right now, he's locked in. He's all in. He really wants to be out there. He wants to give it his all. And, I mean, dude, look how good he was this year before he, I think it was Tampa, right?
Yeah.
Tampa where he got injured.
Yeah.
So I just see him putting in another gnarly boot camp, and I really see he's all in. I really see him doing everything he can.
I think that this year was, I mean, as good as he's ever been. Like, especially Supercross before he got hurt. I mean, I don't think that, the Eli Tomac that rolled off San Diego Supercross, as good as ever.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I think that to do that, to beat Jet straight up, I don't think Jet was like 100% dialed on the bike, but I don't think the bike's, maybe ever going to be 100% dialed on a track and a certain night. But I mean, he just straight up beat probably the best guy ever in jet,
Yeah.
as a 32-year-old.
It's pretty impressive for sure. I mean, obviously I'm ready. I'm retired now. I think the injuries definitely played a factor in that, but Eli's taken some licks over the years now too with some injuries, and he's still out there and he's on the best form ever. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Like you went through the change with Star to Geico. Like it's a big thing to deal with in your life.
I think so. I think it is for sure, and I think look at Prado. That was a big change, right? I think Chase is when he left Honda. Remember his first year at KTM? Like it just takes a little bit of time
to figure it out. Yeah. This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Run Through a Wall Smelling Salts, and I am extremely excited to announce that I am now one of the founders and owners of this company. If you remember the podcast with Chris Grenier, he is the host and founder of the Bombhole podcast. He had these as basically just merch for the podcast, and we're like, dude, this is literally an amazing company in of itself. About 18 months later, it is alive, and we are very excited to bring this to you. You'll see a bunch of dudes on the start line of AMA motocross races popping these bad boys. At least for me, I'm taking it before a moto, I'm taking it before jiu-jitsu, I'm taking it before a podcast, in the middle of a podcast, if pop a salt, and I'm getting a mental refresh. Breathing is quite important. We do it a lot. We do it every day. If you don't do it, you're in big trouble. You probably should start doing it. And one of the things that is going to help us breathe right is our new Run Through a Wall nasal strips. These things are unreal. They're lightly scented. They're the perfect scent. They are going to go onto the nostrils. This one's lavender. We also have eucalyptus. I'm using these when I'm training. I'm using these when I'm just sitting at the desk, when I sleep, as much as I possibly can. Nasal breathing is extremely important, and these nasal strips help you do just that. Head to runthroughawall.com, check out the full range. You can get the brick. It's 3-pack of the smelling salts. You can get the nasal strips, and just stay tuned. This is going to be a very fun journey. This is an awesome brand. The ethos behind this brand is extremely fun. It's a great outlet, but it's also products that can definitely improve your quality of life. Head to runthroughawall.com. Stay tuned for more. We're just getting started. Extremely excited to bring you this brand. And remember, run through a wall. Say no to doors. Completely unnecessary. Do you think Chase regrets going to Kawasaki right now? Dude, he looked good on the weekend.
Dude, I know he looked really good. I don't know. We'll see. I think one thing I know about Chase is he's definitely a very, very hard worker, and I think he'll put his best foot forward and he'll do everything he can. And we truly, this is where we get to talk about it. We get to hype it up, and can he bridge the gap? And we've all, like I've sat here and said on the podcast today so far, like, hey, sometimes the first year there's some growing pains. And this is something that like we get to talk about and you get to talk about, the media does. And can he, when that gate drops at Anaheim 1 next year, can he make up the difference? Can they get it figured out? And I think it's possible.
You got to see him at Geico, right?
Yeah.
So he's another dude that's very all in.
Yeah, I really enjoyed training with Chase, and I have a lot of respect for him. He was gnarly. Just a general, like, dude, you ever seen him with his shirt off? Dude can jack some weight.
He's a beast.
Yeah, he's a beast. So I really liked that. I enjoyed, I could see it in Chase, the dog in him.
Yeah.
And I respect that. Anyone that's got the dog in him, you know me, I'm like, yeah.
That's my guy. Yeah. I did a mountain bike with him. It was like just a recovery ride. I was on my e-bike and he was on his acoustic. And I swear to God, he counted in his head his heartbeats. Like that's how dedicated he was to doing the exact amount of time at the exact right heartbeat for the entire time that he was supposed to do it. Like did not fuck around in any way, shape, or form. And it was just a recovery ride. And I think there's a saying I love, how you do anything is how you do everything.
Yeah.
He lives that.
Yeah.
And I think that it's very rare, even at the top level, to get guys that are that all in.
Yeah. No, that's cool. That's for sure. I mean, all that heart rate stuff makes a difference, especially when you're training, year after year. And, weekend after weekend, the stress of racing, the stress of travel, all that stuff, like being in the right zone at the right time. You got to give your body kind of what it needs for sure.
So the recovery from the back, was there a point where you doubted you'd be able to recover from that?
I definitely, when I had to go back in for that last surgery, I was definitely pretty nervous. But once I got the green light, and I was able to get back on the bike for the first time, I literally like flew home from, the Stedman Clinic in Colorado there. I drove to my practice bike mechanic's house, Kyle Lawler's, and I just got on the bike and I ripped the turn track in the backyard. Like I just wanted to. It was like, it's been so long.
Straight off
And
the
I
flight.
remember just in my street clothes, straight off the flight. And I just remember just being stoked. I was like, dude, yeah, we're in it. And then it was the process of, can you do it?
Yeah.
Can you build yourself back up?
How far backwards did you go in that time?
I mean, I was definitely pretty slow. It was pretty gun shy. I remember just being like, I'm pretty old and stiff now. But I remember being like, damn, I'm stiff.
Yeah.
After day one of riding, you know what it's like.
Yeah.
Pretty sore.
And like, how quick did it come back? Like, is there an amount of work that you do in the past that prepares you to come back for that sort of stuff quicker?
I think so. Like muscle memory plays a big factor too, right? Like I've done it my whole life. It's been my life's work since I swung my leg over a dirt bike at 4 years of age till now. It's been my life's work. So I think, obviously with the injuries, like you do get set back and you lose that being at your peak. But with that being said, I've had so many years of banking riding a motorcycle that like it did come back relatively quick. Yeah.
And so those next couple of, or like that next season after that injury, how did those next couple of seasons go?
Well, I podiumed once or twice on the Supercross, the East Coast Supercross in 2020, my first year back.
Yeah.
And then I almost won the outdoor championship. I had a gnarly summer with Dylan that year. Man, that dude was gnarly. God.
He was a beast that year,
He was a beast,
right?
man.
Yeah.
I just remember I respected him. And, like he was pretty vocal. He would say some stuff and whatever, but I just remember being in a battle with him, and he was a gnarly dude, man. That dude he was on that year, and like I was all in too. And he ended up getting me. If I could have just changed a couple rounds, I think at Redbud, I crashed with him and got an 10th or 11th or something, and he got me. But I was like, I remember that year, I was just like, oh, fuck you, man.
Well, he was like full vegan that year, and like he was doing some crazy shit. Like he just was in a very French zone, just doing his own program. Was that the year he first started training with Villopoto as well?
That's a good question. I know David was a part of the program then, maybe the year before.
Yeah.
Like what year did he win his first Supercross championship?
Was it 20 or 19?
Was DV a part of the program then?
Maybe.
Because he trained with Swanee at first. And then he went to DV.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just know that there was who was telling me that someone was, Jerry Robin. Yeah, because Jerry got invited to train with him.
Really?
That year. And like, I guess he would just go to the practice tracks, like maybe just needed another guy to kind of like be around.
Yeah.
And he's like, dude, it was just like freaky to watch, just like how gnarly he was for that period of time.
Yeah, he was on for sure. And I respect our battles. And that dude kept me up at night and thinking, how the heck am I going to beat this cat?
Did you ever get any kind of relationship with him off the track? Like, have you ever had much to do with him now?
Yeah, for sure. Like we battled pretty hard that year, and through that battle, I think a mutual respect was created, right? Just like even now with like the battles with Webb, same thing. But like him and I would talk, and then I went back to Star, and then we were practicing together, and we were talking shit, and he's like, dude, I would just like recover during the week, and you go out and do your motos, and I smoke you. So we had good banter that way, and I actually kind of I was like, I respect that, So I appreciated that, and he texted me good job after Millville, and I said, hey, when you retire, I said, let's go get drinks together.
Dude, yeah. You would have to have a level of respect for those guys because, in those seasons, it kind of just ends up being you versus them. Mm-hmm. And like there's 38 other dudes on the gate, but they're kind of irrelevant.
100%. And that's like, you know, you think of like Webb, he was all in on Chase. Right? And then like in my 15 championship outdoors, I was thinking about Marv.
Yeah.
You know, like that's who you start, like you're exactly right. You start to think about like that one person. You're like, I just need to beat this guy.
So it changes at that top level in a sense. Like, because there's probably like a parlor this year. You probably felt like you were racing all 40.
I was.
Or at least the bottom 30 guys, you know, like the mindset shifts. But when you're at the very top fighting for a championship, the other 38 dudes are like basically not even in the race.
Yeah, for sure. It was just like,
I've never thought of it like
dude,
that.
I was Moto 2, Paula. You know, I had a shit start. And next thing you know, like I'm like battling as hard as I can, literally like Millville Moto 2 hard with Austin Faulkner and Jordan Smith for 20th place.
Just the entire moto, dude.
It's insane.
Oh, man, that, because I think the day you announced that you were doing the races was the day that Alex did the pod. And he's like, yeah, crazy, man. Like, even he was just like, fucking, that's wild. Like, that's a big ask.
Yeah, big time.
And you just went out there, threw yourself to the wolves.
I mean, how do you say no to it?
Well, exactly.
You don't, like, I didn't have the closure that I wanted. You know, like, it's not like I was knocked out in Detroit for about a minute, and then I resumed, and then I tore my thumb. And then I was dealing with the injury of, you know, this as well.
So
like,
what happened there?
So this was from 2023 Hangtown, the crash off the start.
Yeah.
And I dislocated the wrist and the elbow. The elbow went back in, but I got compartment syndrome. I could barely get my fingers to move again. So that's where, like, it really kind of, from that point on, I was like, man. And then I tore my thumb after in Detroit.
Is that UTC joint
Yes.
that everyone's doing lately?
Yeah, and I didn't get it fixed. I just went back to racing. I was like, dude, I just want to finish the season at this point. And then I ended up going down again at club, and I was out for 6 minutes.
Yeah.
And I was like, and I was not good for a while. Like, I was bad. Like, I was, you know, double vision, wanting to puke, like sleeping all the time. And the doc goes, if you hit your head one more time, you're done.
Really?
Yeah.
Fuck.
And that's when I was just like, well, you know, I went to therapy, and then I started riding the bike, and then that's what made me do Leadville. Was I just couldn't afford to go back and race anymore if I hit my head. Yeah.
So you have the back, then you have the arm, the thumb, and then the concussions. So yeah, it's just this one thing after another, and then you're still at the level of being extremely competitive before these. I mean, even after the back, you were still super competitive, but then the time, like you said, you just start missing so much time off the motorcycle.
Yeah, and that compounds, and you know, and then obviously you're trying to get back to that level, but then the body wasn't working like it should have. And yeah, I think it was, for me, I felt like it was time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was time.
The head injury, was that the hardest one to go through?
Yeah, because you can break like your back, you can do your, you know, you can tear, you know, muscles, or I'll just say a tendon or whatever, and they can go in and they can fix it. And not saying it's going to work the right way, but the brain recovers when the brain wants to recover. And that was like, that takes time.
And you break a leg, they do a scan, it's not healed, go back home,
Fix it.
come back, do a scan, it's healed. But there's really no scan that tells you that you're good to go.
And that's what I felt like too. Like, even when I hit 6 months and like I was good to ride, I was like, man, like, all right, I feel better than I did at 4 months. And then at 3 months, I was just like, even at 8 months. And then when I hit a year doing the VIP thing, I was like, dude, I'm better now.
Huh.
Like, I just felt like, you know, I was just better decisions, and everything was just better.
Did you go through any like depression with it, do you think?
Yeah, I was depressed for sure.
Really?
Like, I don't want me to go down like a dark hole here, because this is
No.
is not what it's about. But like, for sure, like, I couldn't stop it. I couldn't stop the injuries. And at least like when I did my back, I came back and almost won outdoor championship. And then in 21, like, I was like, you know, won 3 outdoor nationals with my broken scaphoid. My wrist was broken. I was able to win. And then at 22, I got on the podium in Supercross and then dislocated my shoulder. But like, I was able to still get back to that level.
Yeah.
And then 23, I felt like I got back there. And then 24, I never got there. And it was just like, but the injuries were stacking.
Yeah.
And they were more frequent. And that to me was like, I can't stop this. And that's a very, how would you word it in a sense? It's very like, not disheartening, but
like demoralizing,
paralyzing feeling.
Yeah.
And like the anxiety came out. And I've always been able to like, come hell or high water, figure it out or suffer through or just put it in the back burner. And that was something that I was really struggling with.
Yeah, I mean, you don't strike me as a kind of person from knowing you, you know, like if we go back that 10 years, like I wouldn't have picked that you would be a person that would struggle with anxiety, you know?
No. And I think it came through the injuries.
For sure.
You know?
Yeah.
And then like you just kind of bury it. But like when you're expected to do a job and this is your living, you know, that's where like I think it was happening so much. It was like boom, 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 and big ones.
Yeah.
And that got hard.
And when you hit your head that good and you're out for that long, like it changes your brain. Like
Yeah.
I feel like depression is almost a symptom of that kind of injury, no matter what. Like I don't know many people that have had that level of head injury that didn't get depression on the way out of it.
Yeah, and I think that staying busy, like having the Leadville and all that kind of stuff, like obviously in the back of my mind, I was like, hey, I'm stepping away. Like, you know, I think I didn't come out and announce my retirement, right? Like I wasn't ready yet. And obviously if the right opportunity came, I even said that in the fall, like on Pulp MX and stuff. And it did. Look what happened. Just by being fit, staying in the game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then when that opportunity came, I sucked at Paula in Hangtown, but I was able to figure it out. Kind of cool.
How do you get through that head injury part? Because like, so Alex was saying that you'd be driving and have to just pull over and vomit while driving. And so like, that's in a bad place. Like what gets you out of that? Is it just time? Is it?
I think it's just time, right? Like that's where the symptoms, it's just different at that point too. Like I was going to a place up in Minnetonka, up in the cities, and I was, doing the stuff to just spin it in a machine. I have it on my Instagram, and
really,
I have a hyperbaric chamber in my house.
Yeah.
And I was sitting in the hyperbaric chamber. I was just trying to obviously not drink, eat well, do all the things to try to get, and then obviously having the goal of it's like what they've learned with the brain is before it was like you get knocked out, you go into a dark room, shut the lights off, rest, don't look at the TV, don't look at your phone, none of that kind of stuff. Well, what they've learned is that it's kind of like if you break your arm, right? You got to do therapy. You got to be careful, but like you kind of have to trigger that stuff, and then over time you get it back.
Yeah.
Right? You build the tolerance up, and that's kind of what I was doing. And then I was racing the mountain bike, and I knew that if I didn't have a goal, I would go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah.
And so, like, for me, battling the inner demons was exercise, getting the endorphins going, doing that kind of stuff. And that's what got me out of it, I think.
Man, I don't know if people realize how much physical exercise impacts your mental health.
Yeah.
Like, surely at this point, people do. But I mean, even this year, like I write in my journal most mornings, and it's just whatever the fuck. I just fill a page up, But when I do go through and read, I got through the first few months of this year, and it becomes very obvious that I deal with stress in my life by going and doing hard exercise and like training jiu-jitsu, riding motocross on the weekends. Like there's a lot of, for me, therapy is literally physical. Like there's such an element of that does help your mental health. And I mean, I don't know whether I put enough emphasis on it. Maybe just because it's something I always did. Like I didn't relate them as two interconnected things. Yeah. But I've learned these days that it's very, very much tied together.
Yeah, no, I think I think it does definitely help for sure. And also too, like I got to try other things in life too. You know, like it's dirt bikes and all that has been my avenue and my release in life. And I'm excited to, sit down and have this podcast, have a proper chat about it. I've never really talked about it. And just kind of getting that out there. Maybe this helps someone.
Oh, for sure, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're such a unique character in the sport, you know, just because of what you built yourself into. You know, like you built yourself into an insanely competitive winning machine. And you built that just purely through that mental work and that physical work. And you willed yourself to be this guy. And I feel, you know, obviously you had those physical gifts, but I just think you're such a credit to like what can actually be achieved through the mind and through hard work.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. That means a lot. You know, obviously I was able to do some cool things for me, but it's cool that like, you know, if people look back and, hey, what was J Mart about? Like repetition. and I appreciate that. Those are kind words.
And it's the thing that I certainly didn't want to do as a kid. You know, like my dad, like we had a weight set and we had the things, and I wanted something else. Like I wanted the magic bullet. I wanted the secret that would make me be better than everybody else. I didn't want to do all the weights. I didn't want to do a million laps. Like I didn't want to do the things that I got told were the right things to do. Mm-hmm. And that's honestly so many people. Like I can still look at things in my life where I'm like, fuck, I don't work hard enough at that. But you are the example of like what happens when you just do all of the work, you know? And I think it changes you. And, you know, you're a good example of it. Alex is a great example of it. Like, that motherfucker still goes out and runs 20 marathons a year and runs every single day. Like, you can be changed by the process in a good way. And, like, you are such a good example of that.
Yeah, I appreciate that for sure. I mean, I look at Alex, like, now, like, he did Chapter 2 really well. Like, he started an online training company, Joel Training. You know, had kids, works at Spring Creek. He's got 2 jobs, you know, and he's running marathons. He's doing like 70-mile weeks, dude.
Crazy, bro.
Yeah. Like I think his next marathon coming up is maybe the Twin Cities. And like I tried to sign up for that, but they're sold out, or I gotta figure out how to get in.
You should just run it next week with no bib.
So maybe I'll do that. But yeah, so I don't know, man. He's just keeps moving forward. Right? Like one chapter ends and it's all about like, and I've learned this too, especially in the last year or two. It's like, you think it goes one way in life and it should go this way, but it really never goes that way. Sometimes it does, but just make the pivot. Make the pivot and make the best of it.
Yeah.
Right? And like he made the pivot and it's like, now I'm in that transition. I make the pivot and go off and try new things, and something might fail and whatever else, but just keep moving forward.
Before we go into the moving forward bit, we'll talk about the day of Millville itself. So you ride parlor. Deegan probably beat you by 6 minutes.
For sure.
And then you ride Hangtown. Not the best weekend. And then you have to take a few weekends off. Like, realistically, what was the expectation going into that weekend? What was going to be a good day for you?
Well, to be honest, I was just like, I was down there for after Southwick, and I was like, man, I'm hauling ass. Like, I got on the bike, and I was like...
At Millville?
At Star.
At Star.
Yeah, I was like, dude, I'm fucking ripping. Like, I know what it takes to win.
Yeah.
And the level of drive and, like, around the track that I had, I was like, dude, that's it right there.
No way.
Yeah, I'm like, that's it. That's it. Like, Will Hahn came up to me, and he's like, dude, you look horny. And I was like, thanks, Will. So that was cool. And then I'm like, if I can ride like that at Millville, I know what it takes. And I'm like, dude, if I don't go 10-10, I'm going to be pissed. Like,
so you thought you could just top 10?
Yeah, I'm like, I should 10-10 this because, like, you know, I mean, look at the first 2 rounds. Look at my last couple years.
At any point, did you think you could podium?
No.
So that was just not on the radar. Like, because I'm thinking, does he just think deep down like I got one more Millville in me where I can get it done?
I was so, in a sense, demoralized of like the result
Yeah.
that I was like, this is closure for me. I don't owe anybody anything. That's what I kept telling myself.
Yeah.
But then I was like, all right, let's go old school. Like I used to get dressed out of the truck, and I got dressed out of the truck. And then I was just like, well, when you were an amateur coming up, like you didn't know if you're gonna win, but you said I'm gonna win. I'm just gonna like put my best foot forward, right? Like I can't control the result. So I was like, why are you so fixated on a result? Just go fucking do your best. Like it's not that hard. Like don't overthink it. So I found a great start. Brad Hoffman dialed me in a start map. I said, Brad, my technique's not that good on the start. These guys have done Supercross, they've done outdoors. I'm finger banging the clutch. I'm terrible.
Yeah.
I need you to build me a map that's going to be like
Idiot proof. Yeah.
I want to go up there. I want to focus on one thing. Nailed it. Dude's a genius. Legend. Went out to Millville, 2 hole shots. And I just rode my ass off. And I think that was like my life's work into that day. And the stars aligned. Joe's rear brake goes out. He wildcats off the track. I take over the lead. And it was a dream day, dude. Dream day.
It's so incredible how it played out. Like, I literally had tears in my eyes in the second moto. I mean, the first moto was crazy too. I was like, I just can't believe he's doing this, you know? And then I think you got up on the podium in the first moto and you, like, kind of had that moment. And was it hard to come down even after the first moto to, like, execute for the second one?
Yeah, like, I just thought of, like, whenever you'd have, like, a great moto throughout my career, the first moto, I was just like, man, you want to do it again.
Yeah.
So then like that kind of pressure and that like that will to do it.
And
builds.
not to celebrate.
Yeah, not
the
to
first
celebrate.
moto.
And then like I was a grand marshal. So like I could barely even talk during the grand marshal speech because I got a really cool plaque. That, you know, it said congratulations on your career and everything. And I was like, dude, in tears. I'm like, fuck, I need to lock in.
That's what I've been thinking.
I need to lock in. Like, this is bad. And I'm, like, biting my lip and stuff, dude. Honestly, I don't know how I held it together, but I did. Like, I was fighting so much stuff. So much stuff.
Man, that's what I was thinking. Just watching the ceremony and even, like, you do your practice start and then you come around the first turn and instead of staying in the practice start, you just start waving to everyone. And I'm just like, bro, this must be so hard to stay in the racer moment because it's your last one. You're trying to soak it all in. I'm sure you're trying to hear the crowd and feel all of it, but that is distracting you from the actual task at hand. And like you kind of just managed both. And even on the podium at the first time, I'm like, bro, this would be so hard to feel these emotions and even not to just be like, fuck it, I don't care about the second moto. This was like, because that already would have been more than you would have ever dreamed of.
For sure. Oh, 100%. I mean, I haven't been nowhere near in that position the last couple of years. But yeah, I guess I wanted a little bit more of that piece of pie.
Yeah.
So when that gate dropped, dude, the old gamer came out in me. This old roachy dog had one more good ride in him.
Right. And like a crazy ride.
Yeah.
Like and I think you even said it on the podium, you know, like not many dudes have been able to fight off a Deegan charge and you just fucking drop the hammer, dude.
Yeah, I was like, dude, I'm in the danger zone. I remember like I was looking back on top of Mount Martin and then I knew in the mechanics area, I could tell it was my mechanic, Lockley. And then we had Duff had the board out. I'm like, shit, it's Deegan. And then I looked at the top of Mount Martin. I looked over my shoulder. I had to really break the neck. You know, we're quite stiff. And I saw it was the number one. I'm like, damn it, man. I'm like, I'm in the danger zone. And I was like, I'll bleed for this. You know, because I knew that if I'm hurting, he had to have been hurting. You know, and at that point, it's just we're all hurting in Moto 2. But it's like, all right, let's see who's you know, he's got that dog in him. I got the dog in me. Stars aligned. Maybe he let up and gave it to me. We'll never know. Maybe he did. I'm grateful for it, Deegan. But if you didn't,
Well, I mean, that's he was gonna win the overall, but he would have wanted to win that moto.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that, I mean, it's kind of what Hunter did to Jet in the first moto. Like Jet had to come from behind. He puts in a couple fast laps. Hunter responds, and then it's like,
Yeah.
because you really only get, like, how many laps would you get? Like, if you're in Deegan's position in that second moto, and because he did try and have that charge, how long can you maintain that charge for?
So he seems to come on pretty hard at the end. So I knew that they put 5 laps on the board, and I think I knew that he would put a surge in. Like, I knew that. And then if I could keep him at bay for those 2 laps, I knew he'd probably chill for a little bit, and then he'd put in a massive attack the last 2. So, like, it's hard to be all in for that. You know, like
the whole 5
that
laps.
lap 5, yeah. So, like, I knew, like, I had an idea. And I think I was obviously able to keep him at bay, you know. And that's, yeah.
That's all she wrote.
Yeah.
How was the track?
The track was a little bit, it was a good Millville. I mean,
I liked the prep.
I have not rode there since 2021.
No way.
Yeah. Or as far as, like, race the national.
The national.
Yeah. So, I went 1-1 there. But, yeah, I mean, I was riding the KX450 on the amateur track, but we weren't prepping it. We weren't doing nothing. So, the way it forms up for the national is a lot different than, like, you know, how it would form up for amateurs.
Yeah.
So, track was good. You could move around. It was a little bit hard packed. We ripped it. I think we needed a little bit more water in it, but it's Millville. It was a good racetrack.
I honestly liked it.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was talking to Alex, I said I think it was 14, the James and Trey year, and it was exactly like that weekend. It wasn't as deep. I think you guys were maybe expecting a bit of rain, so probably didn't open it up and water it as much early. I honestly think that those tracks are the best for racing because you guys could move around.
Yeah, there's something to it. Like, you don't want it to be just rut city everywhere, but then you also want to be able to maneuver around, and that gives the spectators something to watch too, because you're seeing a little slicing and dicing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And that's nice too.
So how much does, like, the home court advantage? Like, you've done more laps there than anybody in the world.
Yeah.
It obviously forms up different, but how does that help you in those moments?
I mean, obviously it's familiar territory, right? So I literally grew up there. Like, if there was ever an advantage over anyone, that would be it.
Yeah.
100%. You know, I can't deny that. But I'd like to think that after going, you know, barely, was it 2020 at Paula? And then I think I was in like 10th or 11th in Moto 1 at Hangtown, and then I ate shit. I'd like to believe that these guys are the best guys in the world. You know, I definitely had some comfort there, but Deegan and those guys, it's just another racetrack.
Yeah, they're just extracting the performance. Like, the top level is the top level.
Yeah. And I won, like, you know, obviously home court advantage or not, I've won a lot of other places too.
Yeah.
You know, and like I have, you know, a heck of a resume to prove it.
Is there just like a feeling in the dirt or like a comfort in, because you think like you're late, you're tired, like just to know how much you can push, to know how much traction you've got. Like, can you feel Millville at that level to where the odds of you going down at that track is just like super low?
I almost went down with 5 laps to go.
So no.
Yeah. So like, but I do know where you can and you can't push, but any guy that's like on their game knows where they can and they can't push.
Yeah.
And you figure that out pretty quick.
Yeah.
Like, if I was to race Washugo, I know where I can and can't push. Even Unadilla, Budds Creek, all that kind of stuff. So there's certain spots you can take a little bit more than maybe the track's willing to give, and other spots you got to chill. So I know that at Millville, like going down the first straightaway, a lot of guys have tucked their front end over the years. You're always kind of like on the side of the tire at Millville, so you got to have good side traction, right? Being comfortable turning on bumps and like being on the side of the tire. So I know how to set the bike up pretty well for that, and I had it pretty good. Yeah.
Just so wild, dude, to just be in that moment, second moto. The crowd was losing it. Dude, is that the loudest you've ever heard a crowd in an outdoor?
I think so. I think so, for sure. I've never heard a crowd. It was like a wave around the track, dude. At an outdoor national, what? It was crazy.
Was there a buzz around that whole week for you, do you think?
It was like bittersweet because you know it's the end. I've announced it. You want to go out with a bang, but then you just want to be grateful for what you have or for what you've done, and like no matter what, and you're trying to take it in. Yeah, I mean it was bittersweet. My house was completely full with people, and I had the YouTube vlog up. I did one more vlog.
Yeah, I watched it.
And like, dude, I had like my chick Dakota, put a spread together there, a charcuterie board of stuff, and we had Fireball right there as well. Like it was. I have friends that like to party, and I have friends that are pretty straight and narrow. So yeah.
So sick, dude.
Yeah.
So then the podium, that whole thing, like, were you really able to take that moment in, do you think?
I did. And like I normally in the past, I try to like downplay it, not try to be like, too gnarly or enjoy the moment too much, but I didn't care. I knew this is my goodbye, and I'll only get this moment. This is it. This is the last time. So I really just took it in and wanted to hug everyone and just be stoked. And I don't know. It's special.
Man, I'm glad JT asked you so he asked the questions after the race, and you went like pretty much just factory moto racer. Like you just went back into character, like the old J-Mart, just clicking off wins and podiums was right there. And then he kind of brought you back to the moment. He was like, okay, but all that aside, like you will remember this moment forever. Like, how does this feel? And it like kind of brought you back into that moment. And I think you gave like such a amazing response to that. I was so glad that he like pushed you for more of that.
Yeah, it's going to go down as one of the best days of my life. And I needed that. I really needed that, in a sense. Like I knew I still had it in me, right? Like if the stars aligned, I felt like I still had it. The stars aligned and I had it. So that was grateful. And then first thing I said when I got back to the truck was, give me a beer. We're going to get fucked up. And I did. I got home and, I had a beer at the press conference there, and I was like, I don't care anymore what anyone thinks. I'm just over it. Like, this is for me. I don't owe nobody nothing. And then I got back and, got my R8 and drifted the fucking yard up and came back in, parked it, and I said, did a shot of Fireball, and I said, thanks to everyone for being here, and I said, let's live our best lives.
Dude, I love that. Yeah, I saw in the vlog you were fucking wasted and driving the car around. I was like, you deserve that.
Yeah.
Man, I loved the press conference. I love the way that you come across. Does part of you wish you were not more like that, like drinking beers at press conferences and shit, but do you wish that you kind of said fuck it a bit sooner? Because everyone was just like, fuck yeah, J-Mart. Like everyone was so hyped on it.
Yeah, no, I guess I think about that from time to time. Like I'm so much more chill now.
Yeah.
And I think I wish I would have relaxed and realized like, okay, you put a lot of effort into like training and your everyday stuff. But you are who you are. Embrace it. And people like that stuff.
Dude, I loved when I was filming with you boys how much shit you all talked. And that wasn't a part of your public persona. Like, I don't think people really knew you while you were at your peak, like very polished, very professional. But bro, you were talking so much shit. It was unreal. I was like, boy, these guys are savage.
Yeah, no, we definitely had some good banter between the boys, and like even like Nicoletti when I was at club, like Marchbanks, Nicoletti, and I, dude, we would just rail on each other. Dude. And like that was like fun for me. Like I kind of like that, you need that. You need that. Like, hey, you suck this moto, or I'd be on Garrett, or Garrett would pass me, vice versa, and we just kind of hammer each other.
It's very Ricky Carmichael. Yeah. Like you, Villo, RC, like there's a couple of guys. Like I think it's almost like a common personality type with like dudes at the top of the sport. Yeah. They like that banter between dudes. Like, did it feel like it brought something out of you in a way?
I think so. And it was just like, we all like obviously like each other. We're training together, right?
Yeah.
And we can have a friendly little jab here or there, get some shit, get a little rise out of each other, instigate a little bit, you know?
And it kind of like makes you perform at a certain level, right?
I think so.
Because if you're there talking that much shit on all these boys, like you kind of have to go out in the moto and torch them, right?
Yeah, for sure. I agree.
You see it with Deegan.
Oh, Deegan's pretty gnar.
Bro.
He's pretty gnar, dude.
He
That's
talks
a whole nother level. How is it like with the Lawrences? You've been down there.
Dude, Hunter's the dog.
Is
Yeah. Like, I feel like Hunter kind of like, he runs that program. Obviously, Jet on the bike, but yeah, like Hunter, I feel like Hunter's the dude that's like keeping the boys in check. But I feel like now it's probably Hunter and Jet together because they've got the younger boys there. Like they've got Drew Adams, they've got Chance, there's a couple other younger guys there. But yeah, it's the same shit, just that Aussie banter, you know?
Yeah. Eli had some banter with me.
Really?
I would talk shit.
Really?
I call him the Berminator.
You just blow everything
blow
out.
everything out. I'm like, dude, you're on a 450. I need that berm.
Were you indoctrinated into not blowing berms out at the Carmichaels?
That was a big thing. Like, Dunge was big on that, dude. Big.
Well, Ricky was big on that.
Yes, they were really, really big on that. And then to meet the target time that Genie would create, I would just come in as a rookie and obliterate it. And Dunge would I remember one time, sorry, Ryan, he got so mad. He was just like, I can't get this target time. I'm freaking, the berms are blowing out. He took his goggles off and just hit his front number plate. So, yeah, sorry, Dunge.
So, yeah, Carmichael was like that. If you went there back in the day and you blew out any of his berms, he would literally send you home. Like, I remember Cody Cooper telling me one day that, did you ever meet Cody Cooper?
I don't know if I did, but he's a legend.
Dude, legend, like proper. And so you know what Lockie and Cole are like.
Yeah.
Just that same New Zealand dry, like funny as fuck, but barely says anything. And so he went to Ricky's and was like training because he was friends with Ben. So when BT was training at Ricky's and just went out there on his 450, just fucking, and bro, he was one of those, you see some guys that can just ride a 450 in like the exact RPM range that a 450 should be ridden. Like Jet is like that.
Yeah.
Just never over rev, never under rev. It's just like meat. The whole time you're just hearing bulk horsepower. And so he went out, did his moto, blew everything apart and was just like loving it. Just thought he was having the best day ever. And Ricky just came over and fucking chewed him out. And he's like, dude, I just didn't know that was a whole thing. But yeah, started with Ricky. So then I guess Dunge obviously implemented it. I don't think that exists at the Star Farm anymore though.
No, it's
that culture's dead.
Yeah, it's completely dead. There's like hooks in every turn, and I'm like, fuck, dude, my back.
So Tomac doesn't give a fuck. We'll blow out every berm.
Eli's just on the gas, dude. It's like you watch that dude rip a turn, and it's just like you just see dirt flying off the rear end.
Just exploding everything.
Yes, for sure. And the guy jumps stuff.
What do you mean?
Like he would we'd be together during the week and he would just jump this quad. He just bop, and I'm just like, what?
Just on his own.
On his own. He would just all of a sudden hey J-Mar, check this line out. And then I go over, jump it off the track 6 or 9 times.
Just can't make it happen.
Pull back, question it, and then go out and finally do it. And he just right away look at it once, twice, boom, jump it.
What do you reckon people don't know about Tomac that you could only know spending time around him?
I mean, I think he has his people and he likes a tight circle for sure. But I mean, I don't know how I got involved in it, and I'm grateful for it. He's definitely one of my best friends, but he's actually a really good dude, and we've had some amazing times together. Yeah.
Yeah, he is a very cool guy with a lovely family.
Got me into, I got a bow, bought an AR, shooting guns, skeet shooting shotguns, kind of got me more into that kind of stuff. And then, I'm obviously into the fitness side of stuff, and we did the Durango turkey trot together. I would be like, hey, we go ride bikes together and stuff. So I don't know, it just works.
Yeah, just your kind of dude.
Yeah.
Do you do any hunting or shooting and stuff now?
I haven't, but that's something I kind of want to do.
Yeah.
I want to cross that off the bucket list. Yeah, I want to say I've shot a deer or something.
So what is chapter 2 going to look like, do you think? Like as you sit here now? No rush to figure it out, obviously. You've got time, made plenty of money and got a business, and so it's not like you've got to rush into anything, but
I think chapter 2 for me is like my parents have had Spring Creek Motocross since 1988. My dad's 69, my mom's 63, so Alex and I are wanting to take over. I mean, what a legacy that is, right? Like, you know, Alex and I both raced professional motocross, Supercross. My dad raced hare scrambles back in the day for Can-Am, ATK. So, and then he bought the racetrack. We raced. We take over the family business, and then host nationals. Maybe we get a motocross of nations there at Spring Creek.
dude, who said, Hunter said that.
Yeah.
I spoke to Hunter after the race, and he's just like, bro, how Millville has not got a motocross of nations is fucking beyond me.
Yeah.
So that's a thing that you guys want to do.
Yeah, I think so. Like, there's a long-term play there.
You race that though, right?
Yeah.
Surely you're on Team America for that.
Yeah, I did. I was able to do that twice. That was badass.
But I'm saying when it comes to Millville,
Yeah.
you're like 37 riding a Star 250 at the Motocross of Nations.
Yeah, that'd be sweet. But yeah, we'll do like to do that, and then I think I don't know. I'm open-minded and whatever, you know, I'm doing the VIP hosting now. I would do it again next year if they want to do it again. And I just want to keep my eyes and my ears open to opportunities, and maybe a business venture comes up on the side. I just want to kind of, how I was in racing and gnarly and hustle, I would like to try to take that into chapter 2 and do that with business.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the beautiful things about the way that you've lived your life. And I think that this is one of the beautiful things about sport in general, is that you figured out how to win.
Yeah.
And winning is winning, whether it's winning in business, whether it's winning in relationships, whether it's winning in sport. Winning is winning. And I love when you say winners find a way. Like, that's what you do to be successful in anything. And I think that once you've learned to push past the limits, and once you've learned the dedication and the sacrifice and the mentality that it takes to be a winner in one thing, you can apply that mentality to literally anything.
100%. I think of like with Gypsy Tales, like you've done a really good job of making it your own brand and like asking different questions, and like, you know, just the podcast. I mean, they're long, they're 3 hours or about 3 hours or more, right?
Yeah.
And you do a good job of just the general dialogue and the conversation and getting someone to open up and to maybe connect on a deeper level. I think that stuff's cool, and I see that.
No, I appreciate it. And I think that the thing, I don't know whether people would know this about the podcast. I don't know how it looks from the outside, but we have like a whole team that works really hard.
Yeah.
And I always tell people, like, we're like a little race team. You know, we have a product. This is our race. This is our Saturday.
Yeah.
And then we're in here for 3 hours, but then the team goes away for a week, and everyone's got their job, and everyone knows what they've got to do, and everyone's like dealing with their own life. And, you know, so we have like an actual team that
cool.
makes these things happen, and like makes this, it's just, like any sport, any business, like you really have to grind, and you have to have a good mindset. Everyone on the team has to have a good mindset. Like, you don't accidentally make a product that's this good. And I think over years, like, we've just made our product better and better. Again, it's that same mentality, you know. Own your piece of motocross history by heading to jmart6.com to grab yourself a farewell t-shirt. Available right now.
And that's what you kind of said, what, 2018 you started this?
2018, bro.
You've been grinding since 2018. Think of the team that you've built.
Yeah.
You know, so I think that's kind of like me and my career and the next chapter. I don't know. I'm probably going to try something and it might fail. That's okay.
You failed before.
You know, there's a lot of really, and I was just talking to someone about this the other day, but some of the most successful people out there these days really didn't make their big break until they were like in their 40s or 50s.
Oh, bro. So many people. are like that. It's so hard to, like you said, have the 30,000 foot perspective of your life. Like I think about this in my own life, right? Like I struggle to take time off and just be like guilt-free laying on the couch.
Yeah.
Like on Saturday, I laid on the couch for 3 hours. Hadn't touched the couch the entire week. I'd been in my office chair at my desk a lot, but hadn't actually touched the couch. And to mentally commit to taking that time, because I just feel like I should be doing something and I should be busy. And if I'm at home for a week and I'm not traveling, I'm not doing a bunch of podcasts, I'm not working, I feel shit. And I feel like I've got nothing going on and I feel like a fucking loser. But it's like you have to zoom out and be like, okay, from January, I've been to like 10 races. I've been to Formula One. I've been to MotoGP. I've been to multiple countries. I've done all of this shit. We've got probably 100 million views of content. Like, but in the moment, it's so hard to like have that perspective. And, you know, if you think about your life from 4 to 32 has just been a grind. And it's like, let's say it takes 6 months to figure out your next move in life. It's like, that's the tiniest point of life where you don't feel like you've got a bunch going on or whatever it is, you know?
Yeah, it definitely slows down for sure. And you think of, I feel like I have to earn the couch, you know, like you got to have a good day, you got to get after it to earn the couch. But, you know, you even think about like with racing in these teams and stuff, like, you know, when I was growing up, I didn't, you know, we didn't have a whole lot of money. I lived in the motorhome, and then Star gave us a bike, and I had my first contract. And then, you know, you're just living out of the motorhome at Carmichael's facility, and then, you know, I was able to do good and whatnot, and then save some money and be smart. But then you think about like a lot of these riders that get a ride with, you know, Husky or Star, you know, Husky's in their headquarters is at Claremont.
Yeah.
At Eldon's.
Yeah.
So then you got to get a place down there and figure that all out. Well, then if you sign with Star, you go to Tallahassee. So like, and then everything's going more East Coast now, but it used to be West Coast. So it's like you sign with a team and you're expected to get in the car, load your shit up, find a place to live, get out there now and hustle. Definitely hustle.
Yeah. Well, look at the guys like, you know, Pierce Brown, Cole. Guys are just like, they go to Tallahassee, you buy a house, you lock in. It's very much these days, like to be on the Star program, you're a 9 to 5er.
Yeah.
At Star, basically. Everyone get the mechanics, the riders, everyone's there at 8, riding by 9. Then you got your gym, then you're going home. Like you literally at this point now, you have to sign the contract, buy a house in the place in Tallahassee, and just go to work 9 to 5 like everyone else almost, you know?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure.
And that, I don't know that people have the perspective of that these days, maybe?
That's a good question. You think they do?
I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it. I think they think that they're doing stuff every day, but like that, especially Stars, like it's just, you go there and it's literally like a 9 to 5.
Yeah. And you think of like anyone else in a normal job, like you get up in the morning, they go work out, and then they go to work for someone else, and then they take care of their stuff when they get home. Where these guys get to do what they love. Dirt bikes is a blessing, but they for sure wake up and, you know, I think Swanee's the team trainer.
Yeah.
Swanee sends them the program. They all train together. They do the same amount of laps. They're in the gym together doing the same reps, the same stuff. Everything's the same. So, yeah, I mean, it's just technically for us, it's just another job.
Yeah.
We're just like everyone else.
What did you like better? Because you had times where, you lived in a motorhome at the farm and it was just you and Dunge, basically. And then there's the Starway, and that Eli's was kind of that same. So you've lived both styles. What do you prefer?
I didn't mind the motorhome, but that did get old, right? Like it kind of did. I enjoyed the balance of, I lived in an apartment, and that was cool. But then I bought a place in Minnesota, about 25 minutes away from my parents, and that for me was the most fun. I enjoyed being at home where I grew up, where I learned how to ride, being around my family. That was cool for me. And then I really enjoyed being in Cortez.
Mm.
I literally rented the Tomac's guest house, and that was like family. So I enjoyed kind of doing my own thing. And I think that's also why like Eli and I kind of got along. We just wanted to do what made us happy, and we did our own thing. Where like you see a lot of stuff nowadays is, hey, you train with Eldon, it's everybody, or you train with Swanee, it's everybody. I kind of started to get funneled to go that direction, and I always kind of didn't want that, so I would swim the other direction. But I don't think fitness was really my problem.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So you felt like you could make the call to be like, I'm good, guys. You don't need to micromanage this.
Yes.
What is good about that, though?
I think what was good about it was every day it was almost like a battle. Like if I was by myself when I was dialed in, like let's just say I did 5 or 6 Supercrosses, at that point I had the speed of racing in me.
Yeah.
Right? So then you're good. But what I needed to do was be uncomfortable and ride with those guys preseason. And then once I got the racing legs underneath me,
then you could dip out.
Yep. Then I could dip out. But I needed to like be put in an environment where like we're battling with each other, and you might get a cross jump or something, which sucks because it's risky. But when I would go to the race, I would clam up because it was just me.
Yeah.
Until I had my racing legs underneath me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's definitely an element to with the STAR program where, yeah, like you're gonna figure out if you can make it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, kind of. It's the best bike.
And it's a very intense environment of competitiveness.
Yeah.
And you've got to compete every day. You don't just have to compete on Saturday.
But the intensity of embracing yourself and being fully engulfed in a championship is pretty gnarly too. I mean, I won't ever forget like when I went down to the wire with Marvin there. I was just like, dang it, Marvin, dude. He's like losing sleep over the guy. When I locked up the championship, dude, I never slept so good.
Really?
The whole summer. I was like, whoa.
And what is it? Like, what is it just the job's not done? And so you can't take your mind can't relax until the job's done.
No. And you just, it's just the amount of pressure and what's building and what's expected. And it's, man, you want to talk about a challenge and truly being all in? That's that.
What's the hardest part about winning the championship then?
How good you have to be all the time. You have to be on. And that was something, too, I struggled with. Like, I was battling the inner demons when I came back at Paula, just lining up. And then
this year?
Yeah. Like, just lining up again, going in the first turn and all that kind of stuff. Just from the injuries and all that, I was just battling things. And then at Hangtown, I split my arm open. And, dude, going in the first turn was not easy. Like, I was in my head about that stuff. But the champions, that whole thing is when you're on, dude, you just never show weakness. You just always get it done.
Does that get old?
It's just you got to be on. You got to be on all the time.
So you just don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Because I could just see that being a fucking grind. And being like something that you just want to... Like, I've got this formula in my head for success. Like, this is how I picture success in life. How much can you take, put on your shoulders, make it as heavy as possible, and then how far can you walk? Oh. And then at the point where you go, nah, I'm done, and you drop it, that's where you are. That's where success stops. And there's periods of your life where you've got to take a rest and you've got to drop it and relax, and then you got to put it back and keep walking. But I really feel like that's what success is. And it's almost like to be in that championship mode. Like you've got to just stack all that shit on your shoulders and just beat the other guy to the last moto with that on your shoulders in a way.
Yeah, and it becomes a battle. Like I think my championship in 2014, like it was pretty easy. And then the second one, I had a bike issue at Glen Helen. And then Marv ended up having a bike issue. Actually, was it Moto 1 at Ironman? So, like, it got easy. But, like, dude, we were just back and forth. Like, I would win a race or two, and then he would, like, and then I would kind of shit the bed. And then he would, like, kind of get going again. And I'm like, oh, dude, you could just never get, like, you know where you get, like, a 25-point gap or, like, whatever. You could just never get that level of comfort. That, you know what I mean?
It was just always there, and you never got a rest from the pressure.
No. And I can only imagine, like, obviously I could see it on, you can see it on the 450 guy's face too. Supercross is even harder because it's like, you know, I mean, yeah, it's just Supercross.
That's kind of what's crazy about Jet.
It's insane.
Like,
and he doesn't show any of it.
Doesn't wear it ever, does he?
He's an anomaly. Eli's an anomaly that way too.
I feel like Eli puts on a face that, I know, I mean, maybe Jet does this too, but you can't see it. But I feel like Eli has a character that he built, and he comes to the race as that character, and he never breaks character. So that's why it almost looks like that. Like, he might be feeling certain things, but he won't show it on his face.
Yeah.
I wonder if Jet even feels the things.
I don't know. I feel like I haven't spent much time around Jet, just a little bit in the Geico years, like when they first came over. I mean, I think you've probably spent more time, so you could answer that. But I feel like from the stuff I've seen online and stuff, he just has fun. He's just living life. Like, there's like no pressure. He just genuinely enjoys what he does, and I think he's just living his best life.
I think last year was a struggle for him.
Yeah.
I reckon that was, and then obviously all the stuff that came out at the start of this year, that isn't like a switch that's turned on, you know? Like, I think that they'd been dealing with that for a while, obviously, like in the background, because you can see this year's both of them are completely different dudes. It's like they just have like a massive weight off their shoulders, and whether it's just the environment's better and there's not as much like negativity or drama or any of that sort of stuff, but like they both look light this year. And you know, you watch like the This Is Lawrence vlogs and stuff, and you just see like a completely different, just a different vibe around them. But I wonder with Jet if, kind of like what you had with Al, right? Like when Al was there, you kind of just always had this built-in support system that was there for you. Even if you didn't need it, or you didn't go to him for anything on the weekends, like, yeah, you still ate together, you still flew together, the rental car, like just so many layers of complexity was kind of like taken away.
Yeah.
And you were freed up. And like, imagine what Jet has with Hunter and his dad, all there working as like a very cohesive team. Like that look of the way that he floats through life, I think is just a result of the people that he has around him. Like he's got his dad that he can trust and is like amazing on the bike side and shoots it to him straight as fuck. Like it doesn't pull any punches. And then you've got your brother that is right there. That's just like seconds off. Like imagine if, let's go Millville, just take Jet away. Hunter's, you would talk about Hunter in the exact same way. You'd be like, man, this guy's a freak. Like the way that he could just beat the field by 20, 30 seconds. You take him away, he's literally that good. So just, I don't know, imagine having that system around you and then being that kind of personality. Like he just doesn't wear the stress the way that you should in that situation.
Yeah. Oh, and then that's, you know, that's something that I wish I would have had a little bit more of, for sure.
In what way?
It might have created more longevity.
For you?
Yeah.
If you, and in what way? Like if you just recognized like how important it was to have your brother and that around, like relaxed into that a bit more maybe, or?
Yeah, I would just say that. And just like, you know, they seem like, obviously they have a good team. So they have like Honda, right? Honda does their job, and then they have the family, and then they're able to like, you know, hold each other accountable, and you can really, really trust them and rely on that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like you definitely had that with Alex.
Yeah,
too.
I did for sure, and I had it with my mom and dad, but like they were off running a business too, you know.
Yeah.
And then they would check in, and I would bounce ideas off them, and I had Johnny. Johnny was important to me. I had Dylan. I've had some amazing people that I've been able to to rely on and stuff like that too. So I'm so grateful for the people that I've had in my life, and yeah, I just some awesome memories. I still laugh sometimes, like thinking about training with some of the people that I've trained with. Just moments, whenever I just kind of burst out laughing.
What's some of the best, like funniest moments from that?
Just for example, that bike ride with Weston Pike and Phil,
Yeah.
Johnny and Big Al. Some of the banter with Marchbanks and Phil at Club, stuff with Dungey over the years, Eli. Yeah, we just had some really good moments, that I'll forever cherish. Yep.
And I think that, when you're doing something that's so hard with people that are right there with you, I think that's when those relationships become quite special, because there's so few people that can relate to what you went through, right?
Yeah, I think so. Like, what does they say? Iron, some of the best iron is forged in...
iron sharpens iron.
Yeah, iron sharpens iron, And I think that's a good part of it. I mean, you think of when I was with Eli and those guys, and just some of the... I got better because they were gnarly.
Just got the rub.
Yep. Like surrounding yourself with high level people or whatever, I guess, in a sense, is intoxicating. It makes you want more.
Did you consciously know that, or is that something that you learned over time?
I think it's something I learned over time too, and also being careful who you surround yourself with too is a big thing as well, because you don't want to become like other people.
Yeah, because you do end up becoming like the people.
Yeah, it doesn't matter
around.
how how strong-minded or whatever. Eventually, if you spend enough time with someone, you could become like them. You will, I think.
Yeah.
So it's a double-edged sword.
Right, that's why, like, negativity, I just can't be around negativity.
Yeah.
Fuck, that shit's hard for me.
It's tough.
Because I find myself, I'll be negative with people.
Yeah.
And I hate that feeling, bro. Like, there's so much power in positivity.
Yeah, there really is. Yeah.
People just don't, I don't know. Some people, it's very easy to be negative. And I'm like, I don't know if you realize what that's doing to your brain, bro. Like, this shit ain't good for you. So, the 2 times that you rode Motocross of Nations, how was that experience?
It was amazing.
Where'd you go?
I went to Latvia.
Ooh.
Yep. Kegums.
Yeah.
Yep. That track was sick.
Yeah,
that
right.
had Millville-esque
That's sandy,
vibes.
right?
Yeah, that kind of Millville-esque vibes. That was really fun.
Could you find like a video of that, highlights?
Crowley had stepped down to the 250.
Oh,
Yep.
That's right.
It was Dungey.
What year was this?
2014.
2014. Latvia.
What an honor. When I got that, it was an honor. I still got the helmet up in my house today. It's just like, and I've got the jersey and everything framed. So freaking cool.
What number were you running?
5.
Yes.
And then I just remember the Euro fans just being like next level, man. And then they had like doing the parade lap, and they had a blow up doll. Everyone had been signing it throughout the weekend. It was just funny. So, and then 2015 we went to Ernay, France.
Yeah.
And that was gnarly. That was even more people, like the smoke bombs and
yeah, that shit's good. The French just know how to.
They worked me that year. Marv worked me. We had a gnarly battle. I beat him in the championship. And then he went there, home soil. I didn't have nothing for Marv.
It's like, no, you do not come here.
Insane.
Oh, this is Latvia. I want to see this.
I broke my toe here.
Really?
Yeah.
In what moto?
Qualifying. It was my right big toe. I broke it into 5 pieces, and then they injected it so I could finish racing the rest of the day.
No shit.
First race of the 68th edition FIM Monster Energy Motocross of Nations.
That's a wild first turn, eh?
First into life with MXGP and MX2. Alexander
So it was you, Dunge, and who?
Eli.
Eli. Oh, with the boys. You and the boys.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, this was the year Caroli went on to the 250.
Battling over 5th and 6th position, Jeremy Van Horbeke,
that track was fun.
It's very Millville, eh?
Yeah, good dirt, good flow.
You guys got blessed at Millville with just the best dirt, bro.
It's pretty good. We definitely we've lost a lot of. Ooh.
Oh, that was, yeah, he crashed, eh? Where are you, bro?
Charged into second with this move on Tonkov. with about 5 laps to go.
There I am.
Look at him go, the little fella.
Still stiff.
Hey, I can't talk, mate. Who was that?
And Team France led after the first race.
France were always just so good in motocross. They still are. Go, yeah, what's this one? MX2 and Open. Did you have a good result in any of them?
Not really.
What did you guys get overall?
I was in survival mode, to be honest.
Really?
Yeah.
As he rounded out the first turn on his MX2 machine. Eli Tomac
We ended up getting on the box overall, though.
Oh, yeah. Dude, Tomac on Geico Honda, 2015, brother.
Yeah.
That was, I think, some of the fastest motorcycles ever been ridden around a track.
Mental.
Here he is. Oh, Mossy on a Suzuki 450.
That dude's a legend.
Bro, did you have much to do with him ever?
I rode with him a little bit. I didn't get to hang out with him enough to really get a relationship going, But yeah, I don't know. I just remember growing up watching him. Like, dude,
He was a beast back
he
in
was
the
an
day.
animal.
Yeah. He was one of those guys that just had to hate his life to do good too, you know what I mean? Like, kind of like Chad. Like, Chad just had to hate everyone and everything, and then he did well. Motocross the Nations, eh? Then you do that Motocross the Nations, and then you got 15, and then you go to Ernay and just get smoked by Marv.
Yeah. Marv dusted me, man.
Pretty big ass to beat a French dude at Ernay.
Yeah, just the crowd. I just won't ever forget that. I was like insane. I remember came from the hotel in the morning, and those French people know how to party. We were going to the Alpine Stars place to have breakfast in the morning, and I just heard the chainsaws, and it was a full send, man.
Oh, yeah, bro.
Yeah, it was a party.
We went to Le Mans MotoGP in 2021, I want to say, or 22. Whatever the first year back was after COVID. Bro, wow. It was so hectic, dude. I drove off the side of the freeway for like 20 minutes because we were just going to miss all of quality, and we were there to like do some filming, and I just drove off the side of the fucking highway. The French people were just blowing up, but it was packed, bro. Yeah. And like a lot of those boys stay at the track in motorhomes, and they were just like, dude, fucking insane. No one slept. It was just cars. Like, they would bury V8 car motors, take them out of the ground, put fuel, oil, coolant, and a fan, and just rev the absolute fuck out of these motors that they buried the year before.
Wow, full party. I remember like growing up in Millville, like I would get shipped away probably till I was 10, 11 years old, because Millville was such a party. People would be running around naked, burning couches, everything. And then we kind of cracked down. We had the local sheriff and everyone kind of come in, and we were taking the booze away when people come in the gate, and they could only get it at the beer garden. We were trying to make it more family friendly, but yeah, makes you think of like Lot B at Redbud. That's a full send.
Yeah,
His Nations is a wild one too.
Oh yeah, yeah. Are you gonna go this year?
I was thinking about it. If everything works, I got to look at the schedule. But Alex and I were like, hey, we should kind of go there. Maybe we could watch. Maybe we could connect with somebody. Yeah. And then we could plant the seed as to maybe getting a Motocross the Nations for Millville.
I think that has to happen at this point. It's everybody's top 3 tracks on the calendar.
Yeah.
37 years worth of service to the American moto community.
It'd be pretty sweet. And like, we've done a lot of cool stuff there in that valley. And like kind of the creme de la creme of motocross at this point, I would think would be a Motocross the Nations.
Yeah, and I think that you guys have the setup for it. Like there's only a few tracks that can kind of handle that many people, and it just be so spectator friendly, so camping friendly. You guys are good at running multiple day events too. Yeah. Like you guys have a real handle on that. I feel like that would be pretty epic.
And the cool thing, too, is I think what we'd like to do is we'd like to clear out some of the hillsides as well to get you to get the spectators to have more viewing from the hillside. So right where the Millville Hollywood sign is,
Yeah.
and then we have that like little building up there, like up above there. If you cleared that hillside
Yeah.
and made it to where you spectators could come over more,
Yeah.
then you could obviously you can see the start, you can see the whoops, you can see Mount Martin, you're seeing everything.
Yeah.
So there's ideas and things that we can do. It just obviously, as you know, it takes time.
That's a big effort. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember your dad took me up to like the viewing platform. That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
No, I don't think many people know that.
Yeah, we have a lot of trails throughout in the hills back there, and then he's got a couple of lookouts, and he built some decks and stuff, and he painted them green, and
it's pretty special up there.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy to see the whole facility.
yeah.
So that's the plan then, is like you're gonna just go there and like really try and make that facility as good as it can be.
I think continue the legacy on of what my dad's built, and put our twist on it, if we can, and just be involved in the motocross community, right? Like it has given me a pretty good life, that's for dang sure, and give back to people, and if they want advice on going pro or whatever else, help if I can, and
Yeah, you open to like working with somebody?
yeah, I think I'd be open to working with somebody, but I only want it to be there if it's going to be like organic. And I've done a lot of good things in my career, and I've also made a lot of mistakes. And I think I could help someone.
Oh,
If
man.
they want help, yeah.
For sure. And that training buddy, like someone to kind of like do the work and be there with you and understand what you're going through. Kind of like that person you almost didn't have in your career in a way.
Yeah, for sure. I'd definitely welcome that.
What kind of improvements do you think you guys can make at Millville? Because it's pretty fucking epic. How
It is pretty epic. We actually, after the national got done, over by the finish line, we ended up like kind of completely redoing part of the hillside and made it more spectator friendly and everything like that. So it looks just more of like a facility.
Yeah.
And then in the back, in the far back, we had like a little creek bed, and we had some trees, and we kind of bulldozed those down, and then we opened it up so we can get more vendors back there, and then maybe we could get like bleachers.
Yeah.
And elevate that, so then they have a better viewing point. So we're always thinking of ways that we can kind of really enhance the experience for the fans, and just make the facility better.
What's your thoughts, or like there's a narrative that like MX sports are hard to deal with and hard to work with, and it's like they're just robbing everyone, but like it's a pretty good partnership, right? Like from your perspective, like I guess every working relationship can always be better, but I think it's a bit better than what some people make it out to be.
Yeah, I think for the longest time, I think it was Feld Entertainment was over here, MX Sports was over here.
Yeah.
And then the riders are in the middle.
Yeah.
Okay. 3 separate entities. And then now, Feld and MX Sports both had their own things going on. Well, now they're joined together. And I think they're working together more, which is positive. The riders are starting to get paid more from a purse perspective, which is nice. I think we need MX Sports. I think we need each other. I think there's going to be times in relationships to where, right, like everything, you got to give a little here, you got to take a little here, right? And it's all just trying to massage it and make it all one big happy family.
Yeah. But I mean, it seems like it is, like things are going well, and like even attendance has gotten better year over year over like the last few years.
I think so. I think the sport's growing, and the other thing is I'm really looking forward to. Alex has been running the family business kind of now for 3 years, and he's like graduated up into taking more duties over.
Yeah.
And he's like on the Zoom calls with all the promoters. So that will be my role, is understanding. All right, this is the vendors go here.
Yeah.
Insurance for an event and this and that and all these kind of things. So I'm going to really learn the brains of the operation, the nuts and the bolts, and figure out how everything kind of works and how it goes together. And I look for, so to sum this up, let's just say I'll learn a lot next year. I don't quite know everything yet, so I can't give you an educated answer. But yeah, next year.
So the sport in general, for someone that's been in it for as long as you have, what's changed for the better? What's changed for the worse? Like, what would you like to see going forward?
Well, I think what's changed for the better is I think the social media side is picked up big time, right? Like, I'm not really a social media guy, and I've had to work pretty hard at getting better at it. And I think it's getting us out there more. It'd be sweet to see if we could somehow get Netflix to come in. I think that would be a game changer for us. And yeah, I just think the biggest thing is that's tough too is from an outdoor national perspective, it is kind of tough for us to compete against Supercross. How do we compete against a Supercross venue? The amenities alone.
Yeah.
It's pretty gnarly.
Yeah.
So we're like the grassroots of the sport. So we're doing everything we can to improve our stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, I'd love that we have those two things. You know, like I'd hate to just race Supercross all year, and I'd hate to only be able to go to an outdoor national. I think that both of the things working together and running in tandem actually make for an extremely fun sport to follow, you know?
I think so for sure. Like people love Supercross, but I mean, after 17 rounds, I mean, people want a break. They would like to see some different.
I'd say 13. After 13, maybe 12 rounds.
Yeah, so I think people would like a break in that, and they enjoy the outdoors, right? Like, it is a cool thing to watch Eli hammer on an outdoor national track for 30 minutes, or Jet Lawrence hop around the track, or Hunter or Chase and whatever. Like, everyone's kind of got their own unique style. Or even like, I think of like Southwick. Watching a dude that's like on rails at Southwick.
I wish we had another Southwick.
Yeah.
Another sand track. It's just it's just a different sport almost in the sand.
You got like, I mean, Supercross is cool too, right? Like, you got the triple, but like, what about Larocco's Leap? Come on, dude. It's pretty sweet watching a guy jump Larocco's Leap at Redbud.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Seems like it gets harder every year too.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely changes. I remember jumping that on a 250 for the first time and being like, whew.
What year was that you did that?
2014.
First time, just
2015.
around the outside.
Yeah.
Just huck that thing.
Just pull up as hard as you can and say, let's do it, boys.
Dude, that's the thing that always blows me away as well, is when you guys, like, you just have to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Like, you just don't really have a choice. And you're obviously in the mindset to do that. Like, if there was a 200-foot jump there, you would do it, whether you wanted to or not.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that's the cool thing about Supercross is if someone wouldn't jump something, I'm like, oh yeah, good job, dude. Thanks for not jumping that quad.
Yeah.
Props to you.
Yeah. Cheers for not doing that.
Yeah, thank you.
So what do you make of? You've been around Haiden a bunch. So what do you make of Haiden as a rider and his transition into the 450 class?
I think everybody kind of is going to have a transition, right? Like, there's going to be a growing pain. I know Jet seemed to do it pretty good, but I just think that, like, there's going to be, it's a bigger bike, a lot more power. I think there is going to be a transition there, but I mean, look what he's done so far. You know, one thing's for sure, they're all in, and they'll do whatever it takes. So, I guess the next point is, you know, wrap up this outdoor title, and if he does Supercross one more year, 250, and does,
I think that's what he's going to do.
And then he does outdoor. I mean, that's going to be, it gives us something to kind of look forward to.
Do you think he beats Jet first season?
That's a good question. I don't know if I have the answer for that. I think Jet's pretty on, even on his bad days, and I think Deegan's definitely gonna go in trying, and he's probably gonna be talking some shit.
Yeah.
So that'll hype everything up and make it fun. And as a fan now, that's gonna be exciting. And all I know is that when the gate drops, the bullshit stops, and may the best man win. And you got, you know, Jet's he's getting further into his career, and Hayden's trying to make that transition to the premier class, and it'll be a good story.
it's hard to, I guess, you see a guy that's won at every step of his career, and it's hard to not imagine them to keep winning. But I guess you didn't win on a 450, so it's like it isn't always the reality that the guy who wins their whole career just keeps on winning, right?
Yeah, nothing's guaranteed. That's for sure. And that's one thing I've learned throughout my career is it doesn't matter how hard you try. I still put in, a ton of effort to try to win, and try to do the right things. And I lost it. That's what makes it so special is the guys that can continue to do it year after year. That's pretty special.
Yeah, and I bet you would have thought you would have won 450 races.
I would have thought I would have gone 450. It just never came to fruition, really. I had that RCH deal pretty much locked up. I had the contract in front of me, and then we kind of lost they lost the title sponsor, and things went. It just got weird. It got quiet. So then I signed with Geico.
So what year was that?
So 2016, I was wanting to go 450. I told Yamaha, and then Coop won the Supercross championship, and then we were in a fight for the outdoor championship, and then my bike blew up at High Point, and so did Alex's.
Yeah.
And I basically needed to do that check box. I needed to check the box off on Supercross. I never did. Coop did. And he was wanting to go 450. I was too. Coop got the ride. And then I was bummed I didn't get it. I was searching. RCH gave me a gig, a contract, and then so did Geico. And then, I ended up going the Geico route.
So Geico was for 250 though.
Geico was 250 with an opportunity to go 450.
Yeah. And RCH was a 450 deal.
Yes.
And that would have been for 16.
Would have been for 17. 17.
So they'd just come off the championship with Ken outdoors.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wild to think you could have ended up on a 450 that next year.
Yeah, really wild. And I would have totally welcomed it. But either way, it didn't work out. And that's just the way it was. So I went to Geico. And then I was going to get a rod, I think, for 2019 on the factory 450. And then I hurt my back.
Who got that ride instead?
Chase.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, good on him.
He did well with it.
Yeah, look what you did. A great job, dude. Crushed it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was supposed to get a shoe in for that. But I mean, that just goes to show you that's life. Like you can be one decision away or one moment away from shit going completely different.
Well, and especially in a sport that's so dangerous.
Yeah.
Like every single weekend, like you could look at what happened with Kenny, look at what happened with, Jet 2 seasons. Like he's missed 2 seasons of his 450 career, which is crazy to think, like already.
Yeah.
That's how quick it can change.
Yeah, it's definitely wild. It's a wild sport, man. That's why, when you're on the high, man, you ride the high as long as you can.
Soak it in, yeah. So that Geico 250 deal, that was like the biggest contract that you had ever got?
Yeah, it was the biggest contract I ever had. It's already been out there. I was at $500,000 a year. I mean, for a 2D guy, it was pretty legit.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, really legit.
How did that ever even factor into your life? Like just to go from I've been to your house. It's not, you guys weren't living some crazy lavish lifestyle.
Yeah.
Like it was just very normal upbringing.
Yeah.
And then what's 500 G's a month? Like that's a good monthly check.
Well, obviously I had to cut some to the agency or whatever, but you were over 30,000 a month.
Yeah, that's good cash rolling in.
Yeah, every month.
Yeah, it comes around quick when you just...
And I'm 20, I was 24, 25, driving around a 2011 Ford Ranger pickup truck here in California.
Yeah.
Dude, I live like a farmer. But I always knew it was going to end one day.
Yeah.
Obviously I don't have nowhere near the money coming in anymore. But then, you just got to be smart, right? Like a lot of people, you see the cars and everything now. And I know I bought a car, but that was my gift to myself for my career.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But you were obviously pretty well set up before you did that too.
Yeah, like I made sure I had some stuff paid off, and I have a good savings for a rainy day, and investments in the stock market and stuff like that. Like you want to be pretty smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you can splurge after that.
Yeah, and then like now it's just like, hey, I still have to work, right? Like I have to work and whatever. It's not like I can just go live life and be an idiot, but I think I can pick and choose what I want to do now.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And then I have to live within my means.
Yeah.
I bought the house, I bought the car. I just got to be smart now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just be patient.
And you're in a kind of a blessed situation where you can pick and choose and you don't have to make any moves out of desperation. Because that's what kind of fucks people, is when you have to make decisions that you ideally wouldn't make.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. And that's definitely a place that people can get to. Must have been crazy to be that young and have that much cash coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think in a million years, like my first ever contract with Bobby was 125 grand, and then I was paying to have a trainer and then everything. Like by the end of it, I was basically all in. A lot of people don't really realize too, like, like even if you're at start, you get the best bike, you get X amount of salary, take it or leave it, and then you got to pay the team trainer, and then the team trainer possibly wants bonuses, championship bonus, and then you've got your general everyday living expenses and life expenses.
Got your agent that's taking a clip.
Yeah, like I mean, you're kind of like, yeah, you're in this position, you're making money on a dirt bike, but you're also kind of all in.
Mm.
Like it's not like you get 125 grand a year and it's like you're banking that.
Well, and then you got to pay the tax.
You got to pay the tax man and Uncle Sam, and just got to be smart.
Yeah, it just doesn't go as far as you would think that it does go, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. Fuck. What do you think of the new social media? Like, what do you say? Like the life that the guys are living these days.
I mean, it's just different. It's just a different life, man. Like a lot of cars, a lot of,
Ice.
a lot of ice, man, dude. A lot of bling.
A lot of Fortnite.
Yeah, Rick, man. I'm like, holy crap.
There you go.
I mean, hey, good for them.
Yeah. It does add like an element to the sport though.
It does.
That you want. It's like you said that Floyd Mayweather, like Floyd Mayweather really didn't. It's like it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Like it's Money Mayweather, and then that's when he really started making money.
Yeah.
Once you start, it's almost like once you start putting that shit out there in the universe, it just kind of
happens and comes
to
fruition. Yeah, I don't know. It could be the case. All I know is I did pretty good in my career, and I was like, well, we're still gonna keep hustling here. We got
we can't rest yet.
Yeah, we can't quite rest yet.
When did you buy the R8?
I bought it, I'd say halfway through Supercross this year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, so that's a new thing.
Yeah, it's new.
Love that.
Yeah.
Love that for
like
you.
Part of me, like this next, I guess, chapter 2 of J Mart was like kind of just relaxing, like chill out, dude. You can still be a freak, train, run a marathon, do Leadville, have fun, do this and that, but like go belly up at the bar with your boys, go have a drink, go try something else in life, and like you did work hard. To buy the car was probably dumb, right? It's not a good investment, but at the same time too, like I've also done a lot of good things in life, and I always dreamed of having an R8, and that was kind of my thing.
Yeah.
So I got it.
Yeah. I think that's completely fair.
Yeah. Didn't ask. I mean, it's not like I asked anyone for it or whatever. I just, worked my ass off,
Made it happen.
Went and bought a used Audi R8.
Now 2026 Millville National. Let's make this shit hit.
Yeah.
What's an average week of training going to look like for you these days? Will you ever stop training?
I don't think so. I think it's just good for my mental health.
Yeah.
And it kind of makes me feel like I can earn the couch, like I mentioned earlier in the podcast. It's just I enjoy being fit, And I think I kind of need it. It kind of gives me that balance in life, and I think it makes me a better person. Yeah.
In what way?
Because if I don't get out of the house and like go blow off some steam or just whatever of the everyday life things that we all have to deal with, I don't think I'm as good as of a person to my partner and my family and just everyone in general. I just need to get off and do me for a little bit.
Yep. So you'll train every day, like just it's like a consistent, you get up every morning, go for a run type of thing?
Yeah, like I'll get up and go for a run. Like hopefully I can get into the Twin Cities Marathon here, but the idea is to start banking some bigger days here. Run, anywhere from probably 5 days a week, 6 days a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, get that done, then kind of go back to mountain biking. I really enjoy the mountain biking stuff. That's a lot of fun.
So headphones, guy, music?
Both.
Yeah.
Both. Sometimes like I go through phases where like I'll listen to tunes, podcasts, and then sometimes it's nothing. I just want to be in my head and like think of something, try to figure it out.
So you got friends that are normal, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you're probably not as normal.
No.
What do you think normal people are missing out on by not being kind of fucked up like you?
I don't know if they are missing out.
But there's something in it for you,
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I guess for me, it's just, like I said, it's kind of it's what I've done my whole life. I've trained and tried to be better every day, and I enjoy the fitness side of it. I just like the way I feel. I think and I like to eat. I'm a foodie. So, like, for me, like, I know that I can eat a little bit more.
To eat 3,000 calories, you got to burn 3,000 calories, Yeah.
I buried a lot of ho-ho wrappers and stuff like that growing up and ate a lot of sugar and whatnot, and that just doesn't go away.
Yeah. I can feel you on that one. So, like, do you have any advice for your friends that, like, maybe just don't live? Like, is there, like, a healthy balance that you think everybody should do, or is there like, if your friends are coming to you for advice and like, I feel like shit and this and that, do you say like, you got to do this, you got to do that, you got to do this more?
I think the biggest thing is like, it's kind of like 80-20, right? Like nobody's gonna be perfect. I mean, I like to have chocolate, I need a cookie, I need this, you like to go have a beer, you like whatever, right? But like it only becomes a problem if it like consumes you, right? Like you got to be responsible. That's my biggest thing.
and you have a level of activity that you think that you can kind of like, it's like, so if you do those things but without putting in any work on the front end, that's when it becomes a problem. But so you think like if you maintain a certain level, then you can almost do those things guilt-free in a sense.
I think so. Yeah, like I don't feel as bad as like, going out and indulging a little bit or, going and having a couple beers at the bar, just hanging out, Yeah.
So, and then what about mindset stuff? Like, is it all things that just kind of like you accumulated over the years, or was there any like real specific books you read or things that you heard or something someone said to you that like really made a switch?
Yeah, I mean, I've read quite a few books. Like I did Atomic Habits, and
that's so good, eh?
That was a good book. I went and saw that Performance Prime. That was a big thing for me in Charlotte to try to work on my mental stuff. And I've just read a lot of books about like the mind and how to have the mental edge, all that. The Mind Gym, I think that was one of them.
Okay.
That was a good one.
Is that the one did Alex read that as well, do you think?
I'm sure he did.
Can you pull that up on the screen? Because so he mentioned a book on here that really helped him.
Yeah.
And there were a ton of people that messaged me after it, and they were like, was it the Mind Gym? Do you think it was the Mind Gym? Actually, I haven't ever even like looked it up.
Yeah.
That's the one there.
That's the one right there.
And so who wrote that? Gary Mack. Yeah. So what was that? Like, what did you take from that?
Just having like when you go to the line, right? For example, like, do you have a nervous tick? Like when you go to the starting gate, like, what do you think about?
Me?
Yeah.
Fucking not just try not to go to the starting line anymore.
So like for me, like I have a routine, right?
Yeah.
And that routine kind of like locks me in. Well, it's kind of the same thing with the mental side of stuff. Knowing how to, like, if something arises, understanding how to handle that and get yourself back on track. That was like a big thing for me, is finding a system. And I think there's another book I read about like how basically everything is just practice, essentially too. Like that was, I forget the title of the book, but everything was just basically like, you know, this guy was big into shooting guns, and he just said like it was just another day of practice. That's how we looked at it.
Yeah.
And that kind of helped me as well, because I was always such a good practicer, but then the stars wouldn't always align on race day. So I would try to treat it as it's just another day. It's practice.
Yeah, yeah. There was, I think that moto for me is weird because I was like never good enough to like really compete for wins. So I don't think I ever like really cared that much or focused that much. But when I started competing in jiu-jitsu and I was actually winning, and you either get first or last.
Yeah.
Like because it's one versus another person. So it wasn't like the racing thing's weird because you can be like, oh, I'm happy with the top 5 or top 10's good. There's 40 guys in the race. But when it's like 1v1, you either win or you lose, which was kind of interesting when you were talking about.
Yeah.
It's like that for you
Yeah.
at the top level because there's really only one guy that kind of emerges. But yeah, I think the jiu-jitsu side of competition was like a completely different thing in my life. Like that's where I think I learned about competition because I actually cared and I could win. So it became something to focus on. But it's funny, there was a guy, Craig Jones, he's one of the best ever in jiu-jitsu. And I would talk to him when I first started competing, and I'd like put headphones on and music and psych myself up. And he's just like, bro, do you do that in the gym? Like when you train through the week, do you have headphones on before every roll?
Yeah.
Or are you just in class standing there and then you do a roll, then you have a minute break and you have some water and then you go again and you do that 5 times? Like there's no music, there's no headphones, there's no psyching yourself up. So it's very similar message to that practice. And I would, from then on, like I never took headphones, but I think the one thing that really helped me in, I guess like competition, but more just like life in general was, at least for me, is those thoughts that are coming into your mind that are taking you off track. They're just thoughts.
Yeah.
And I think once I learned that, and again, this is way less about competition than just life in general. Like I said, I don't like negativity. If I'm thinking negatively, like it's so important for me to notice patterns of thought.
Yeah.
And then there's almost like a level that I can see through those things and disassociate the thought that's in my mind with me personally. Like not so much it be my thought, I think this, I kind of distance myself from the ownership.
Yeah.
So like some negative scenarios start playing in my head. I'm just like, gone. Like that's not me. And I come back to me, which is the thing that's sitting here right now, whether it's on the start line or whatever, you know.
And that's a big thing, is like you recognizing that trigger and being able to say, all right, I feel this, I'm there. And then you're able to, like, you know, tell yourself, hey, no, we're not going down that avenue. That's a big thing. That's step one to, you know, fixing that problem.
But you have to know that that's what's happening, right?
Yeah.
Like you actually have to learn that that's the thing that's derailing you in the moment.
I think so. Yeah.
And so that book kind of helped with that
The
in a
book
way.
definitely helped quite a bit with that.
And you said you had like a sports psych guy that you were dealing with or talking to?
Yep. I did one in 2014. I didn't qualify for the first two Supercross rounds. And dude, I thought I was going to like lose my ride. Like, dude, it was not good. Bobby's like, hey, you got to come out to California. Like, it was bad. And my back was against the wall, and I started seeing a sports psychologist, and then that kind of helped me quite a bit. And then I came up with another idea. A method on how to take care of it all. And then, talked about it with Dungey, you know, over the years. And then, you know, I think I saw someone else at one point. Like, it's been on and off throughout my career. Yep.
Do you do any therapy now?
Yeah, I've done some. Yeah, it's been a little while, but like, yeah.
Shit's so fucking helpful, bro.
I think so.
It's such a, I think, like, I mean, it's fresh in my mind because we spoke to the sports psych last episode, but yeah, I just feel like it's such a underrated thing. But I think the problem with it is people think that they're almost admitting that they're a failure to go there.
And they think it's like weakness.
Yes.
And I don't really think we all have like we all struggle with different things, right? And I have, and like, you got to kind of be able to look in the mirror and say, hey, like, I recognize this. I can change this, or not even I can, I will. And like, sometimes you got to be open-minded to,
Yeah, and just like
having a chat, like figuring it out, being vulnerable.
Yeah. Yeah, and just having like a level of where you just accept that, or just maybe reframe that. Like, it doesn't mean that you're at a low or like at a bad point to have to do this. Like, you can just do this as a part of, it's like mind gym. You know what I mean? Like, you'd go and work with a coach to like train you to get better in your sport or in the gym, or, like, you hire these people that have expertise in these areas, but when it comes to your mind and your emotions and feelings, like, we don't want to hire somebody to help us that knows more than us, which is quite silly. Like, it should just be a part of coaching in that same way,
No, I'd agree with that. I mean, you think of what they do to the bikes nowadays to make the bikes as good as they can be.
Yeah. It's funny. It's totally unrelated, but you think about like performance enhancing drugs, like the kind of ban that you get for any of that. Like, you put anything in your body, you're getting banned for like 2 years.
Yeah.
You put a big bore kit in a 250F, you're getting black flagged from that moto. I always think about that. I'm just like, dude, I wonder if we have this shit backwards. Like, what would make more difference?
Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely a part of mental to it for sure. I was mental at times throughout my career. I've openly admitted that. And I can openly admit it now.
You were mental in what way?
I think just, sometimes doubt if the stars weren't aligned or things weren't perfect, right?
Yeah.
But the reality of it is nothing is.
Well, and, you talked about Dunge, right? Like, bro, I reckon he spent most of his career with crippling self-doubt and anxiety.
You think?
In a way.
Yeah.
Like, not crippling to the point that he couldn't do it, but I just think he would have doubted himself so many times and just grinded himself through it, like made himself win.
Yeah, and he did. He won a lot, man. Wow.
Yeah. But I don't think that he was some cocky, overconfident guy. Like, I think so much of his winning came from doubt, and like forcing himself through and forcing himself to, make the best of those situations.
Yeah, I think so. And the consistency on the guy, like, he got hurt a couple times throughout his career, but I mean, to go that long to win that much and to be injury free is really impressive. That's half the battle too. It's like, being fast, but also knowing when and when not to take the risk.
Did your injuries, like, did they stack on top of each other because you were injured previously? So, like, you got one, and then the next one comes because of the first one, and then the third one comes because of the second one. Does it kind of feel like that?
At the end, yeah, because I was riding through injuries, right? But then I was, like, fighting for deals.
Yeah.
Like, in 21, my scaphoid was broken, and I didn't have a deal. I just had a 1-year deal with Bobby, and it wasn't, it was definitely a lot less pay than what I had at Geico. And I'm like, dude, I'm all in. I got no ride for next year. And I just,
So that's what I was saying before. You're almost making decisions out of desperation.
Yes, because I needed, you know what I mean? Like, this is my living, right? So, and then I got a deal, and then I, got hurt and got this one fixed, and and then my shoulder was not right, and just like, then I had another 1-year deal. It was just tough.
Yeah,
tough.
Just back-to-back 1-year deals.
Yeah.
So, with it all being said and done now, is there anything you do different?
I think at times, yes, but I think so. At the end of my career, I think I would have made a different decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would you have done different?
I think I would have, I don't know. Hindsight's always 20/20, right?
For sure.
But like, I think if I wouldn't have maybe made as much of an emotional decision in 2022 and just took a step back and looked at it from a different perspective.
So what was that in 22 when you left Star?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you wish you just took a bit of a step back on that one?
I just think I would. Yeah, I just wish I would have waited a little bit. But I was already kind of thinking at that point about the next chapter in life. I wanted to, FXR is a Minnesota company, so I was like thinking about that kind of stuff. I'm like, well, I could become a brand ambassador,
yeah,
and then whatnot, right? So like at that point, there was already a switch then in 22,
yeah,
about like
where your head was at for
where
the
my
future.
head was at for the future, which then affected my performance.
Yeah,
and that was a problem.
Yeah,
but
hindsight's 20/20.
Hindsight's 20/20.
And you would probably, like, let's just say you make that decision differently and Millville 2025 doesn't happen. What are you taking? Probably the shittier decision to get Millville 2025.
Millville 2025 was the cap on, it was the cherry on top of my career. Am I a Jet Lawrence? No. Am I an Eli Tomac? No. Chase Sexton? No. But I tell you what, I was a small town kid from Millville, Minnesota that was, fat, just having fun on dirt bikes because my brother liked to do it. And I became something through repetition and became something I never thought I would do, and I'm proud of what I've done and I don't regret anything. I am at peace with it. And to cap off Millville like that in front of family and friends, and even just to share it with the media and the people in the industry that were just so happy to see that, because you guys have all been there. You saw how rough it's been. That trumps everything.
And I reckon, first of all, couldn't have said it better myself, but yeah, like those decisions that may not have been the right decisions, they did lead to that moment.
For sure.
And that moment is like just irreplaceable. You can never get that back. And maybe no one will ever have a send-off in that way,
No, I think it's definitely special. Like, you think of like Ricky. Ricky won his last race, right? Like a lot of guys, like Dungey won the last championship in Supercross, and he retired, whatever. Those guys were winning. I was not. I went 2020 or whatever at Paula, DNF in Moto 1, DNS in Moto 2 at Hangtown, and then I go to Millville and do that. Come on, dude. It's pretty nuts.
Dude, it's unbelievably
I don't
special.
care if it's home track advantage or not. I'm just going to go with it.
But it makes it better that it, like, there was a home track advantage, but like in the best way. And you have to think, like, for whatever home track advantage that you have, the home track pressure that adds probably negates it in a sense too, like just to be able to rise to that occasion. And like I said, so many times along the day, there's these moments where you get taken out of the moment and taken out of the task at hand. So it's like, obviously there's like some home knowledge, but man, all the stuff you had to deal with on the flip side of that is like probably outweighs it,
Yeah, it's definitely crazy. It's been a wild ride. That's for sure.
Dude, thanks for doing this.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me in here. Long time coming, and I'm honored.
I'm excited for the future. I definitely think, everyone gets cooler when they get retired. You're going to be that same dude. Like everyone's going to get to see the real J-Mart now that a lot of people have seen over the years. You get to let your hair down, and
I could just do me, man.
it's just cool. It's cool that I love that you got the send off. And they say like nice guys finish last, and that just wasn't the case at Millville this year.
We put her together one last time.
Yeah. Dude, thanks for making the effort to come Appreciate it. And that seat is always welcome. Maybe you and Big Al one day.
Yeah, I'd like that. That'd be cool.
Both you guys get it here.
We need to get Phil in here. 3 of us together.
I'm down, dude. I've told Phil he hasn't come since he retired. He's a fucking funny dude.
Dude, he is. He's a dick.
All right, everybody. This was Gypsy Tales with Jeremy Martin.
All right.
Peace out.
See you.
If you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. And to listen to the full 3-hour podcast, search Gypsy Tales in your favorite podcast platform or click the link in the description below. Gypsy Gang.